Go to live chat. Hello, Beatles Cuber. Rick, I avoid warranties. How are you doing? Reminds me, I gotta scan one of these receipts. Thank you. Don't forget to scan your receipts into Amazon Shopper panel. I'm rude. For some reason, it didn't accept one of my receipts, so I had to get one more receipt to get my $10. It is. That's a normal McDonald's receipt, so that should clear pretty fast. Nice. I want to make a. Maybe it's not possible. Like maybe it's not accurate enough. But I want a belt printer. Why is that? Nah, I won't be going to Earth. Going to Earth would be. You're probably looking at about $600 for airfare, $300 or $400 for hotel if I share with somebody else, and then a rental car. You know, you're talking $1,200 to $1,400. I can't afford that. That's what I want, a 90 degree. I can't even go to Narrum. Narrum is only 18-hour drive away in Springfield, Missouri. But it's again, it's a $1,500 trip. I don't have the money. I just juggled some of my lines of credit and I gave myself 10 months. So I've got 10 months to increase my income before things get bad. So I've got a 10-month respite to figure out, get my head straight, get this shit working the way it's supposed to. Nice. It's fantastic. But yeah, I want a 90-degree belt printer because I want to be able to do normal printing and then just advance and print again. All those boxes. This is my workspace. All those boxes are crap that I got off Vine that I still haven't gone through. I've opened it, I've reviewed it, I've put it back in a box, and I haven't done anything with it yet. So yeah, I had to put my little LED tree up here because the cat keeps tearing it apart. I'm probably just gonna try to sell it because I can't use it. The cats won't leave it alone. Hell yeah, man. Fuck cancer. We got a big community event that I'm helping with. I don't want to organize it because I don't want liability. But I help get the ball rolling. There's a lady 2 miles from me. You know, literally no joke, half her family has died in the last 2 years, and old age, medical issues, etc. She's disabled, and the family that used to live in the house made a hell of a mess. I mean, a hell of a mess, like an acre of garbage. And you know, the neighbors were complaining about the messy property, and they were complaining about why doesn't the city do something about it. Yep, same here. It never. I don't. It's not a real bad cough, but it's there continuously. It never goes away. You know, I never have like a really bad coughing fit, but it's just that continuous little cough that just never goes away. It's not fun. Um, so they were complaining about her property. In fact, I think I have pictures. Do I have pictures I can show you? Yes. So here's her place. This is the front. This is actually pretty clean. Yeah, when you look in the back, it's just trash all the way around. It's just this all the way around. And the neighbors were complaining, and they're you know, wondering why doesn't the city do anything. And without going political, you know, if we want to talk politics later, we're going to end the stream and start the stream on the political channel. But government doesn't know the definition of soft hands. Government only understands and can only do anything with heavy hands. Because, you know, short of sending a police officer with a gun to your house, they can't make you do anything. So all governments can do is threaten you. You got it, Beatles Cuber. Thank you for joining in. Um, and so I got pissed off at her neighbors. I'm like, you guys are like rabid dogs sicking the wolves on this lady. And I was like, what do you think's gonna happen when the city does something? I was like, let me explain to you what's gonna happen. They're gonna threaten her. They're gonna send her threat letters that say you have X number of days to abate. And they're gonna use all kinds of bullshit legal words like abatement and crap like that. And I was like, you know, what they'll, worst case scenario, they take her home from her with fines as they foreclose on her house. Best case scenario for you guys is the city cleans up her property, charges her for the cleanup as a lien on her house, takes her house from her, and then forecloses on her. I was like, great. You get a cleaned up property, and now you have an abandoned property that other people are going to destroy, and now there will be nobody to take care of it because no one's going to buy it. It'll get messy again, and all you'll have done is made that lady homeless. That's all you're going to do. You're going to render her homeless. I was like, good job. Mission accomplished, right? I was like, how about doing something about it? How about helping her? How about all the neighbors come together and help her clean the place up? I was like, I'm fucking poor. I make less than $600 a month. But you know something? I got an electric car that's capable of making it to the trash dump and back. So how about I come by once a week, and I load up my trailer with some of her garbage and I take it to the dump. Sure, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna cost me $5. But you know something? I can afford $5 if it means she gets to stay in her home. If 100 of us do that, the problem goes away and it individually costs us nothing. I was like, how about coming together as a community and fixing this? Hey, James White. And so I started pushing them to do that, and we're doing it. A generous anonymous donor donated a dumpster, one of those roll-off dumpsters, big giant one. I mean big. I can show you actually. I know, and that's what I'm trying to change. I'll show you what we're doing. So this anonymous donor, who is awesome, so we got a roll-off, an anonymous donor. She wants to remain anonymous. I know. I've seen channels like that, AB Review and something else. There's a few channels I watch that do that. It's what I call capitalist funded communism, and I love it. So we got the roll-off. You can see some of the trash on the ground there. We got the roll-off dumpster. Okay. Now, honestly, I'm pretty limited in how much I can physically help. Bending over, picking up trash, I'd probably last 10 or 15 minutes. But I'm going to do it anyway. If I have to, every half hour, if I have to put in 10 minutes, that's what I'll do. But I'm also going to do my part. I'm going to bring over a trailer in my car. And what we could do is I could park my trailer near a bunch of trash. Everybody can fill the trailer. Then I'll drive the car next to the dumpster, and we could dump it all into the dumpster. Oh, Jesus. I'm also bringing over canopy, tables, coolers, and a barbecue. And it's gonna hurt this month. It's gonna hurt a lot. But I got hamburgers, hot dogs, buns, fixins. I got cases of water. I've got battery because she has no electricity there. So I got batteries and solar panels to keep the batteries charged. That'll run. I have these little 12-volt coolers that'll run for 5 or 6 hours on a battery, and they can actually go to freezing temperatures. And so I'm gonna run a barbecue on my dime all day. And I've got the local Mormons are gonna come over, and people are talking to other youth groups and churches to get volunteers to come over. I'm hoping we're gonna have 30 or 40 people there. And this Saturday, all day, we're gonna clean up this lady's property. And I had people say, well, what if it just gets trashed up again? I was like, who cares? I'm not doing this because I want a reward. I'm doing this because somebody needs help. And that's all the motivation I need. Nice. Very good. And sometimes that's what's needed, James. Well, too bad. He's got a roof over his head. He can help out a little bit. Jesus. So we are going to go over there on Saturday, and we are going to fill that dumpster. And hey, if we get more than 30 people, the better. I'm hoping maybe some other people will bring some more food. I want to make this an enjoyable event. I want people to be smiling when they go home. That's why I got about $200 into this. I can't afford that, but I don't give a fuck. Because, what if it's me who needs the help, 10 years from now? What if you need help, or you need help, or you need help? All right, I'm trying to instill that type of mentality in people to, come together as a community and fix this. There's a phrase that's there's an old phrase that I like a lot, and it's so applicable. The magnification of help is not linear, it's exponential. Two people will get more than two people's work done. Right? It's not linear. So, the phrase is many hands make light work. I'm pretty sure that's the phrase. Many hands make light work. And one, two, or five people, this would be a nightmare. Could you imagine this in 90-degree temperature? Forget it. It's too much work. You get 30 or 40 people together, it's no problem. I'm going to bring over a big radio to play some music. I'm going to have lots of ice cold water and food for people to eat. I'm going to be cooking all day. I have a case of 32 hamburgers and 50 hot dogs. I even got a pack of vegan hot dogs for people who don't want to eat meat. Hopefully other people will bring other stuff. I couldn't even get cheese. I ran out of money. So I couldn't get cheese for the burgers or the hot dogs. But hopefully somebody else will bring that. But the idea is to make it a community barbecue. Just to have a good time helping somebody out. Because helping people makes you feel good. When you help something, it's not purely altruistic. There is some selfishness there. Because helping people feels good. When you have a lot of people helping, you have fun. I want people to leave this event with a positive experience. Having enjoyed themselves, and they can pat themselves on the back and say, we did a good job here. It wasn't that much work. It didn't really cost us anything. Thankfully, this lady for this dumpster, because that's huge. Because otherwise, we were going to have to bring pickup trucks and trailers, and while that's not a problem, the dump fee is a lot. The cost, like I have a big 20-foot, 25-foot trailer that I could fill with a lot of garbage. The gas isn't that bad. I have 2 years reserve gasoline. I have 120 gallons of gasoline, so I can afford to give up 2 gallons of gasoline for a round trip. But what I don't have is the $40 they're going to charge me to dump a trailer that size. And that's what I want. I want neighbors to realize that, hey, let's work together, have an enjoyable event, have some fun, get to know each other, talk and chat, and help somebody out. Don't look for a reward. Don't look for an accomplishment except for the feat itself. Don't worry about whether she's going to make it in the future. The little bit you do now might make the difference. If it doesn't, okay, it doesn't. So what? We move on to the next project and we try again. Okay? We're trying to. The one lady started a GoFundMe. I didn't want to get involved in that because that gets iffy. They've collected $1,400 for her so far because she owes $8,000 in back taxes and $3,000 on electric bill. Because the family members who were living there before didn't pay the bills. She's got 2 properties. I don't know if you saw that. Hang on. It's here we go. So you have this house. That's the one she's currently living in. And it's not in that bad a shape. It needs a couple of windows and stuff like that. Yeah, see? Just that little bit. Sometimes that little bit of humanity is all it takes. But she also has this house. Now, this house still has a note on it, but this house is free and clear. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some handyman people who might be willing to donate a little bit of time to fix this house up just enough to be livable. Now, I'm also looking for people who understand taxes and stuff like that. Stuff that I don't understand. Because I'm pretty sure she said she gets 2 tax bills, which means these are 2 separate parcels. She owns both, but they're 2 separate parcels. If that's the case, she can move into that house, sell the other house. And even in this environment, selling a house should not be a problem, especially at the kind of discount she's going to sell it for. She could sell it for like 50 grand. Okay. Anybody's going to buy a house for 50 grand. Okay. So sell the house for 50 grand. 11 grand will pay off the note. 8 grand will pay off the taxes. 3 grand will pay off the electric. Okay. So her debt will be gone and the house will be free and clear, sold to the next person. Well, here's the thing though. After selling the house, if she is assuming she can get 50 grand for it, it's 2.5 acres, so I think she's going to get it. No, the land's not worth more than 50 grand. That's about what it's worth. That land is worth about 50 grand. The house would basically be a freebie. It's worth that because of where it is. It's only a mile from town. Like Walmart is 1 mile away, and the house has access to water and electric, which is a big deal. Her water's turned off right now, but the property has access to water, and that's a big deal. So she should be able to get an as-is, where-is, sight unseen, easy sale at 50 grand. There's still an $11,000 mortgage. Oh, that's real nice. Exactly. It'll sell pretty fast. It'll take, you're going to have to put 30 or 40 grand into the property to fix it up, but that's okay. You're still going to have, a 2.5 acre lot in town, which means you can get Comcast, which means you can get electric, which means you can get water. It's all there. But that will leave her, let's see, 11, 8, 19, 22. Let's call it 25 in debt. And let's call it 5 for miscellaneous. That'll leave her with 20 grand. That 20 grand, she could put 10 grand into the second house, make it decently livable. And then she'll have 10 to hold her over for the next several years. With her disability plus that 10 grand in the bank account, she'll be okay. Well, we're out in the desert. We're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. That's why I moved here. It's cheap. I paid 47 grand for this house. As it sight unseen, as is, where is. It didn't even have running water. But the point is, if we can get her to that point, it'll cost nobody anything but time. She'll have a paid off home. All she'll have to do is pay taxes. And she'll have, no, under 250 grand, no taxes. She won't owe anything. Yeah. When you're selling your own home, there's no tax on that under $250,000. So she'll be fine. She don't have to worry about taxes. And especially because half of it's going to pay off debt, so that's not taxable, and then the other half is going to go into making this house, making that house livable. But that's it would, if we get, it's just a matter of connecting her to the right people who are willing to donate a little time. Now, of course, she has to be willing to work with them. She's got to do her part too, and it sounds like she's willing to. I'm not the greatest judge at reading people like that. But she sounds like she is willing and ready to work with people. She just needs a little help. And sometimes you just need to put that little tiny bit of effort in. I get it. We can't put money in. I got no money. But I've got I'm bringing, the barbecue. I'm bringing food. I'm bringing, power to keep things cool. I'm bringing a freaking, a dozen giant trash cans with me, because all these bags, it's literally bags of trash covering most of the property. It's like literally bags of trash. I don't even know how it got like that. But if you try to pick up these bags, they're just going to fall apart. The sun destroys the plastic bags. They look intact, but if you were to grab one, it's just going to come apart in your hands. So I'm going to bring over a dozen trash cans. So you lay the trash can on the ground, push the bag of trash into the trash can, and then you can pick it up. And I'm bringing over the trailer so we can haul the trash around the property without people having to manually haul the trash around the property, because that's going to tire you out fast. It's not the picking up the trash that's going to tire you out. It's, you know, walking 600 feet to the trash can, to the dumpster. That's going to tire you out. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the trailer with the trash cans, park it right next to a big chunk of trash, and now nobody has to walk more than 25 feet. Fill trash cans, put them in the trailer. When the trailer's full, I'll drive the trailer around to the dumpster, and then all they have to do is dump it all into the dumpster. And, you know, hey, I don't mind. It's an electric car. It won't cost me any fuel. Okay? Okay, I've got to charge the car. But let's see. What is that going to cost me? Assuming I use the entire charge in the car, I've got about 24 kilowatt hours times 0.11. Oh, it's going to cost me $2.60 max. I think I can afford $2.60 on my electric bill to help somebody out. Okay? Exactly. Work smarter, not harder. And it's working. We've got a bunch of people, well, it seems like it's working. We'll see how many people show up. That's why I'm trying to bribe them with food. But it seems like it's working. You know, I got people say, well, I can't get there till 2. I was like, fine. Show up whatever time you want. I'm going to be there all day. And, you know, I'm hoping maybe people get excited and go, you know, hey, we're running low on hamburgers, and somebody will run out and get some more hamburgers. You know, because if I can keep that going all day, that'd be great. Oh, I wish I can get a Bamboo X1. Oh, I would kill to have that. That thing looks sweet as crap. Man, that thing looks nice. When you're, it's just, I'm hoping to instill in the community that you know, we can fix these kind of problems ourselves. I was thinking about that, but I don't like handling cash, and I don't like, you know, getting people to give cash. You know, I want to make sure people understand that, you know, this food is free. I don't want them to think they owe me anything. You know, I've got no money, but I have a large pantry. And I have 2 years worth of food. I can afford to give up food for a barbecue. Okay? I can afford to give up food for a barbecue. Oh, that reminds me, I could bring over baked beans too. Yeah, I've got plenty of baked beans. I can cook it up and then put it in my. I have a an insulated pot. It's a thermal pot. Ooh. Well, hey, if they offer it, I'm not going to turn it down. I've got $200 that I can't afford into this, but that's okay. Nobody's required to give me anything. But the objective is, well, that's what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to connect. We've been trying to put out feelers and connect to see what people are willing to do. Yeah, I've got some nice big pork and beans. I can easily cook up 3 or 4 cans. And I have an insulated pot. I can put it in so it'll stay warm for most of the day. And cold baked beans is fine too. But yeah, you know, I'm hoping it works. I'm hoping it's a success. I'm really, really, really hoping it works out well, because if this works out well, it'll instill confidence in people that this kind of thing can work. And you know, maybe once every 2 months we can do something similar to help somebody out, you know? Have a big community barbecue and cleanup event to help somebody out just because. Just why not? You know, we'll get to know each other better. We'll learn who our neighbors are more. I mean, because I only know 2 people, 3. I know 3 people on my entire street. Well, we'll see how well it turns out. If the turnout is poor, it's probably a one-off event. But if it turns out well, then maybe it can instill more. I want people to develop the mindset of community can help community. Don't sick the dogs on people who are in distress. You're just going to make their lives worse. I mean, you should have seen some of the comments people were making. And, you know, the problem with this is one of the biggest problems with the internet. And this wasn't even the internet. This was Nextdoor. All right? Nextdoor is not anonymous. That's the whole point. The whole point is to not be anonymous. Exactly. That's what I'm hoping. Oh, come on, cat. Really? Did you just yank the cable out of my freaking screen? I think the cat just yanked this cable out of my freaking screen. Get down. You freaking cat. I think you just yanked the HDMI cable out. Hang on. Really? Come on, move it. There it goes. No, it's Noel. Andrew was chasing Noel around, and of course not. Obviously, he didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, he's just a cat. He's just a cat being a cat. He yanked the HDMI cable out of it. Oh, Jesus. James White, you've nailed you've knocked the nail on the head, whatever the hell that phrase is. But on the internet, there is a perceived anonymity. And people aren't nearly as anonymous as they think they are. But there's a perceived anonymity on the internet. And people can be really nasty to each other with that perceived anonymity. People will say stuff to you. Yeah, exactly. People will say stuff to you that they would never say to your face. Because, you know, it's the kind of thing where if you said that to me to my face, I would eat your face. I know, but they have that perception of anonymity. And so they're willing to say things that they wouldn't say in person. And, you know, I am an anti-religious person. I think religion is evil. I don't think faith is evil, but I think religion is evil. And I love nothing better than throwing religion in their face when they talk like that. Because most people around here are very religious. If you ever looked at the Southwest, you'll know there's a lot of freaking churches. I mean, a lot of churches. Everybody around here is very religious. And so I love replying with, well, damn, that's not very Christian of you now, is it? And, well, I've always made it clear throughout, the food is free for volunteers. You help out, you can eat. I know, Dragos, but what can I do? You know, it's mostly my fault. Look at what I've done to this channel in the last year. I gotta fix it. But yeah, let's see. How many churches are right here around where I live. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. I mean, look at this map. Look at this. This is a 2-mile radius. This is 4 miles across. And look at these. This is, what is this? A dozen churches within, look at this. Starting down there, church. I mean, look at all these churches. Here's 4 of them right here. Here's another 3, 4 right here. Another 2 here. And another 2 up here. I mean, it's church central around here. And this is freaking Edgewood, New Mexico. We're not talking about, a big city of any sort. We're talking, 5,000 people. So, church is a big thing out here. There's obviously enough participants to support that many churches. And, almost. It almost feels like that. So I love throwing it in their face and saying, that's awfully Christian of you. What was that? Help thy neighbor? I just want people to come together again, be a community again, help each other out again, do the right thing because it feels good. There's a reason we evolved to feel good helping other people, because communal species last longer. Communal species can defend themselves easier. I want people to do that. I know, right? I know, right? One of my favorite things that's happening on YouTube right now, I love it. I love it so much. It's what I call capitalist-funded communism. You got people like SB Mowing and stuff like that who go around power washing, mowing, cutting, trimming people's yards for free. They'll knock on the door and say, hey, I'll do all the work for free. And damn, the transformation they make to these people's properties. And, how can they do it for free? They're capitalist funded. They get funded on YouTube. The fact that these people can make enough money on YouTube videos to be able to help people out. Let me show you one of these. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's just go to history. Here we go. This guy. So here's just one guy. He posted this video July 5th, and he's already got 141,000 views. And he's got 676,000 subscribers. And he's just one of many. This guy's called Al Blades. Another one that I watch is SB Mowing and SB Pressure Washing. He just posted a video 4 hours ago, and it's already got 2.4 thousand views. But this guy is able to use capitalist-funded YouTube money to do work for people who can't afford it for free. I mean, that's the ultimate. And if you don't want to use the term capitalist-funded communism, let's call it guerrilla capitalism. I like that term too, guerrilla capitalism. I love it. It's to me, it's a wonderful aspect that people can do this. That these people can afford to, because this isn't cheap. What they would charge to do this work, and they would have to charge. I mean, equipment and stuff like that. This is not cheap work. And they're able to do this for veterans, for old elderly people, for poor people, sometimes even just vacant properties, doing it for the neighbors. So the neighbors don't have to look at an eyesore every day when they come home to their house. Shit, the property he does looks better than the neighbor's property. So, the fact that that kind of stuff is possible, it makes you feel good that that kind of thing is possible. And that's all people do. Leverage community instead of sicking the dogs on them. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. They still do, for hire work. But you're missing the point. They're able to do these free jobs, and the YouTube income is enough to incentivize it. True. But, I love the fact that they can. The fact that it's economically feasible for them to do that. Can they do it full time? Probably not. But the fact that they're able to do some of these jobs for free, and some of these guys post a video every week. To me, that's just epic. That's just an epic form of capitalist-funded communism or guerrilla capitalism, whatever you want to call it. It's awesome that people are able to do that. I think I may have figured out how to handle my water situation here. Well, it's not really a situation. It's kind of an annoyance. I have to buy my drinking water. I don't have the money for a water softener. I actually have one, but it doesn't work. I don't have the money for a water softener, and even if I had a water softener, I don't have the money to run one. It would basically double my water bill every month. That's Randy, that's the kind of the issue there. I don't want to get into politics, so we're going to keep it civil here. But the ultimate form of society is socialism. The problem is we're not technologically capable of socialism yet. This is going to sound cliche and nerdy, but we basically need Starfleet to have socialism. I don't mean literally spaceships flying around space, but the two core technologies that make Star Trek and Starfleet possible, to make that society possible. Basically, free energy and matter replication. Now, what does that get you? Hey, buddy! How you doing? Lick my balls! But now people say, "Oh, you're just being a nerd now," but socialism can only work in a post-need society. You have to have a social structure that is post-need. What that means is nobody needs anything. You still have wants. I want a really nice car. I want a really nice house. I want a boat. But nobody will need for anything. Basic nutrition, housing, education, entertainment, healthcare would all be provided. That's a post-need society. Well, our primary needs are two, and we almost have one of them. We're almost there, and this is the beginning of the second one. Okay, so first is energy. No matter what you do, you need energy, and believe it or not, this will probably be World War III. If the development of essentially free energy would probably initiate World War III, because Um, because no matter what system you try to put in place to reach a post-need society, you need energy. So we're getting very close to that now. Fusion is on our doorstep. I mean, that German reactor might be running in 2 years. Like, it might actually be sustainable in 2 years. So we're close. We are really freaking close to solving the energy problem. The second problem is um, people have to work because someone has to make this. Someone has to make this. Someone has to make this. Okay? And as long as someone has to make these things, that means we need labor. And matter replication would begin to eliminate the need for labor. So, in order to have a post-need society, we need essentially unlimited free energy. We need energy that is so cheap that it's effectively free. And then we need matter replication. Okay? That's the only way socialism can work. In the meantime, capitalism is the next best option. Because you can infuse little bits of socialism and communism and democracy into that system to make it work. Influencers aren't bad. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, technically, I could be called an influencer. Um, it's when people get entitled and they become little jerks, or worse, when they try to throw their weight around as if they're somebody. You know, how dare you not give me the hotel room stay for free? I'm an influencer. Smack them with a fish, okay? But um, we're not there yet. This is the infancy of matter replicators. We're getting close. I mean, we're getting to the point. Um, more printers, more printers. By the way, I had this out in the car for 2 weeks. Not a single warp. So ASA is good stuff. Celebrate. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I wish. But this channel will never be huge, but I would love to get to 100K. I would love to eventually work my way to 100K. I just want that plaque. Well, you could think of influencer as a citizen celebrity of sorts. So influencer has become a derogatory term for entitled wannabe little douchebags. But the original concept of influencer was exactly that. Um, I have a position where I can influence people. You know, people trust my opinion, and they, if I say, this is a better buy than that, I'm going to influence some people's decisions on that. That's an influencer. That's all that is. And, well, it was great content, and then COVID, and I ruined it, and then now I have to rebuild it. But
Everyone.
That's Michelle. So I'm hoping this works out. Um, I'm gonna clean out the car today, get the trailer ready. I got that little Weber grill that I got off the trash. I'm hoping that works good because it looks like it's in great condition. That'd be convenient to have a nice little tiny grill. But if not, I got a full-size grill out back I can bring with me. I got all the trash cans stacked and ready to go. I gotta find my little rake. I don't have any shovels. I mean, I got a spade shovel here somewhere, but what we really need is like a snow shovel kind of thing. Something you can just, scoop up a whole bag of trash and put it into the trash can. I got to fix that too. I have backdrops that hang off of that, but the cats keep tearing them down. They literally try to climb up them from the backside. Well, the difference is a celebrity is nationwide. So Bob Villa, everybody knows who Bob Villa is. How many people know who Chris Taylor is? Okay.
Sorry.
So an influencer is, I guess you would call them a micro celebrity. They're a celebrity in their tiny little niche. Okay. So I exist in this tiny little niche of 3D printing, while somebody like Lady Gaga is worldwide. Okay. Everybody knows her. So that's the difference. That's the difference. An influencer would be like a micro celebrity, in a very tiny market, while a normal celebrity is going to have a broad market. That's the difference. Also, a celebrity doesn't fill a niche. Their audience comes from all niches. You got construction workers who like Lady Gaga. You got nerds who like Lady Gaga. You got socialists who like Lady Gaga. You got extremists who like Lady Gaga. Everybody from every crowd has somebody who likes her. So she's not targeted. She's not targeting a specific little subset of the population. An influencer is accessing a very small subset of the population, a particular niche. So think of do you see in the current society? What do you mean by that, Dragos? Oh, wait a minute. I see it in context to your last statement. Well, we're getting a little bit into politics. If you guys want to go in that direction, we can end the stream here, and I can start a stream on the politics channel, and we can go down that road if you want, but I want to try to keep it politics light here. But to put it simply, the type of system that this country is operating under is called feudalism. So if you go and bring up the word feudalism in the dictionary, you're going to see it's a medieval system of feudal lords. Well, if you just take those terms and upgrade them to modern day terms, you'll see that what we have is feudalism. Some people call it modern feudalism. Some people call it neo-feudalism. But basically, it's a form of feudalism. Someone else who wants to lick my balls. Lick my balls. Yeah, he wanted to lick me again. And I don't know. What do they get by doing that? Is it just? I guess it's just fun for them. I mean, because is nakedhd.xyz a website? Maybe is their name a website? Let's find out. kd-hd.xyz. Holy shit! It actually goes to a website. It actually brings you to a website. So that's why that's what they're doing. That's how they're getting around the links. They're making their alias, their name, the website. Yeah, but your audience would have to have enough working brain cells to figure that out. The type of audience who wants that kind of shit. Huh. Isn't that interesting? I just noticed that his name is naked-hd.space xyz. I was like, that looks like a URL. And sure enough, that's what it is. Huh, I never would have guessed.
Okay.
Glad you're hungry. Yes.
And I'm gonna put my head.
Yeah, you can't. Well, the game probably does not copyright music, but you can't watch any videos or anything unless you have a headset on.
That's what I plan on doing if I watch YouTube.
We're talking, they're demonetizing videos if you have 5 seconds of audio. Hi, kitty. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they love that perch. That was the best thing we ever got for them. They love that so much.
Wider.
And so that's the difference between influence and celebrity. Celebrity is someone who can influence a population. Wow. Influencer is somebody who influences an extremely limited niche group of people. But an influencer is also well, that's the nice thing about a lot of this online type content is that people are able to earn an income without having to do normal 9-to-5 work. If you want to actually make a living income at it, you've actually got to make it a 9-to-5 job. You have to do it full time. If I actually put 9-to-5 into this every day, I would do better. But that only works when the population can afford to keep spending. As we well, you want to see how out of touch these people are with reality? You'll love this. This is McConnell. Yeah, these people actually believe this. He can't be that dumb. He can't be dumb enough to actually believe this. What stimulus money? Yeah, you mean the $1,200 check that people spent, within a day of getting it to pay their bills? Uh, these people are so out of touch with reality. It's mind blowing. Well, more accurately, their reality is different than ours. Just that's why we need age limits, not term limits, age limits. We have to decrease the age delta between the average worker, which is 43, and the average government critter who actually has power, which is like 70. Okay, when you have that kind of an age delta, you're going to have this problem. You'll always have this problem. So we have to reduce that age delta to fix that problem. There's no other way around it. What are you going to do? Well, the ETP protocol would fix a lot of this. Hey, maybe you guys can help me with part of this. One of the problems, I've solved half the problem, but I haven't solved the other half of the problem. One of the problems with the ETP protocol is cannibalism. A lot of people can't stomach cannibalism. Now, part of that is easily solved. You know, I'm a lizard, and there are lizard politicians, and there are human politicians. So we separate the lizard and human politicians. Us lizards eat the humans, and you humans eat the lizards. There you go. No cannibalism. But how do you handle the hybrids? How do you handle the half lizard, half human? Would that still be cannibalism? Partial cannibalism? I'm not sure how to get around that. You know, I'm not sure how to get around that part of it. So, well, yeah, we can work on that later. What, you don't see my nicotinating membranes? Yeah, we're good at hiding. Long pork. What does that mean? Is that humans? Heard that before. Oh yeah, long pork. Reportedly coined because cannibals attest that human meat tastes like pork. We probably do. We're very closely related to pigs. I would have no doubt that we probably taste like pork. To be religiously friendly, I say everybody tastes like chicken. But the reality is we probably all taste like pork.
Don't encourage him.
But what are you going to do? These worked out great. So I made little F-bombs. So they got an F in them. So it's an F-bomb. And the eye bolts screw right in. And these vase mode. The whole thing prints vase mode, including the screw hole. And it works well. So you can use it as an ornament or a keychain. So I think I'll do is I'm going to print up a bunch of these and stick them in one of these and make it a geocache. I got them in gold too. So I print them in some of that Filament 1 gold. I like that. So that came out nice. I'm very pleased with that. And oh, and by the way, with the eye bolt, they're actually stable. So you can actually fling them and they actually fly. They're actually stable. I was thinking about making one with bigger fins because then it would actually be stable. Well, that's kind of the problem. See, well, that's the advantage of vase mode. Vase mode, even a crappy printer is going to give a clean print because there's no retraction. So they come out real nice. You can actually see some of the internal structure inside there. See it right there? See that little slot right there? That's how I get the hole in the center to print while still retaining vase mode. And, so you end up with really nice prints. I just got to start printing them at at minimum PET G, so that they're more heat tolerant. You know, what's the point of this handling the heat of the summer sun if everything inside of it melts? The problem is there's so few colors available in other plastics. So term limits is a concept that is propaganda. The rich and wealthy want term limits, not the people. They've gaslit the people into thinking they want term limits. Because the problem with term limits is that all you're doing is making it cheaper to buy politicians because you have no more seniority, and you make it impossible to keep good people in Congress because term limits. Well, that's the problem, is it doesn't take time to get things done in Congress, and it really should. Well, you see, that's just it, though. Lizard folk and human folk are spontaneous. So you're born, and then you're either a lizard or a human. And a lizard can come from a human, and a human can come from a lizard. You see, when you have a bullshit fantasy, you can make up whatever rules you want. Yeah. So there's always going to be pure humans and pure lizards. In fact, most people are going to be one or the other. And hybrids are rare. But we have to address that because that might be cannibalism. I guess we could just burn the hybrids at the stake. Oh my god. I love when people like to shit on things like the EPA. And then I show them things like this. No, I'm talking about government. Lick my balls! The spammer's back.
You still deal with them?
So you have, things like this. And things like this. And things like this. This is the difference the EPA makes. And people are deluded. I mean, are government organizations a lot of times corrupt and problematic? Sure. That happens all the time. But this is real. This actually exists. These before and after pictures of what our places look like. Where's the river being poisoned? Like, literally. Like this one here. That's what that looked like before the EPA. It got to the point where this river was regularly catching on fire. Like, literally, the water was burning because there was so much chemical crap in it. And we see, I don't agree with the scrotum court, because that's what I call them now. They have mine video cassettin. Hello. I don't call them SCOTUS anymore. I now call them scrotum. And I call them scrotum justices. I'm doing pretty good. You can do the wrong thing for the wrong reasons and end up in the right place. So, for example, shooting down the concealed carry law in New York was the right thing to do, but they did it for the wrong reasons. Saying that alphabet orgs shouldn't make law, well, I agree and disagree. If they're empowered by Congress to make laws, then yes, they should make laws within certain limited constraints. But that's not why Scrotum Court did that. Scrotum Court did that because they don't like the EPA, because the EPA costs them money when they actually have to, not dump their poison into our rivers and our fields. Because dumping their poison into our river and fields is cheap. Because that's why they did that. They didn't do it because they want Congress to do their job. That's not why they did it. You realize that Congress should do their job, and so that works toward that objective, but that wasn't the scrotum justice's objectives when they made that decision. So you have to account for intent with these things. And call this my conspiracy moment. Oh, did you? What did you make? Call this my conspiracy moment. I want you guys to bookmark this video and come back in a year and we can cry together if I'm right. June 24th, 2022 was the opening shots of America's Second Civil War. That's okay. Was the opening shots of America's Second Civil War, and a political coup is currently in progress to overthrow the United States government. I can't believe I'm actually saying that. If you'd have told me that a year ago, I would have called you a conspiracy nut wacko. But that's where we're going. And if Republicans win the midterms this November, it's going to happen. And, wow, that's going to be interesting. So, yeah. Let's see what you made. A cake topper. Go away. Hey, nice. So you just print the red part, then you swap filament, and then you print the rest of it, right? That's what he made. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's surprising what you can do with just some filament swapping. Or better, if you get an IDEX printer like this one, like the Artist D, makes it so much easier. Especially when it has what looks like a manufactured object, which it is. That's a manufactured object. People get a kick out of that. And just so you know, you can bring any font you want into Tinkercad. All you have to do is open up something like Notepad. I'll show you. In fact, we'll do it right now. So let's see. Happy birthday. We're going to space them out a little bit. I want to show people how to do this, how you can bring any font you want into Tinkercad. So we can change this to any font we want. Let's say we want to use that font. Okay. So let's say I want to bring this. Why are you doing that? Don't annoy me. Oh, nice. So if I want to bring something like that into Tinkercad, all you have to do is do a screen grab of this, convert it to an SVG, just like I showed you how to convert a key to make a copy of a key for your car, and then you can bring that into Tinkercad. Now the trick would be creating the one layer on top of the other. How did you do that one, Michael? So how did you get that font? Was that an existing font in Tinkercad, or did you bring that into Tinkercad somehow? Same thing. Yep. Once you have it as an SVG, you can import it. But how did you get the letters to sit on top of each other like that? Like, how did you scale them? Although it looks like the red's pretty solid, so you just made an outline. But if you work with typeface kind of stuff, you can just design what you want in whatever typeface software you use, and then just do a screen capture. And then you can make that black and white, convert it to an SVG, and then you can bring that into Tinkercad as an SVG. So as a quick and dirty way of doing this, we can do a print screen of that. I can then bring up my little Eryone view here, paste it. I can then grab the letters, Control Y. There we go. I have the letters. Then I save it. Excuse me. Let's just call it clipboard 001. And save it as JPEG. Then we go into here and do JPEG to SVG. And then right here, convertio.co, JPEG to SVG. We grab our file. Desktop. Where is it at? There it is. Happy birthday. Convert. Just make sure it's less than 1,000 by 1,000, or you won't be able to import it into Tinkercad. Download. And then we come into Tinkercad here. Import. Choose file. And there's our SVG that we just made. And there you go. We now have the happy birthday that I just typed out. And it's perfect. Nice and crisp. But you can do that with any font. You can actually do that with any image that you can reduce to a if you can reduce it to a black and white image. So if you have, like, typeface software that lets you put letters on top of each other, you can do that and then just, screenshot the two separate layers, make them both into SVGs, and then you can just bring them into Tinkercad and do this. And you can edit them, make them thicker, make them thinner, do whatever you want with them. Now, something I have not tried. I don't know if this will work, but there might be a way to make all these letters separate. No, I can do it, but there's no way to, I'd have to save them as individual letters. Oh, by the way, to make a proper cut into a model, I mean, this is actually a neat trick. Let me show you that. So let's say you have this, and you have this. Now, let's say I want to put this text into this cylinder. This is something that'll come in very handy for people who like messing. Let's say I want it to be at an angle. That'll make it even more obvious why this is handy. Okay? So I want to put this text into the cylinder. The problem is it's uneven. See? See how it's not even? Because it's a straight object going around a curved object. But I want to make it proper around that curve. Well, there is a way to do that. It's easier for insetting, but you can also do it the opposite as well. The way you do that is you make this extra tall, like that, okay? You then duplicate your cylinder, Control D, turn it transparent, lift it up into the model so that it completely covers edge to edge of the model. See how it's touching? Oops, yeah, I got a little bit sticking out here. Okay, we got to lift that up a little bit more. We're going to make this a little bit taller just to make sure we have plenty of height. Okay, so there, it's touching all edges of the model. Now I just join these two. Now my text is now got the same exact curve as the cylinder. So now I can turn this into a cut tool, and I can drop it into my model as deep as I want it. And now when I cut the two models together, I will have perfect text cut into the model at an equidistant depth along the entire model. How cool is that? Now, what if you want to do the opposite? What if you want to put the text in the model and have it stick out from the surface? Well, that's easy. So first, we put the text in the model. We make sure it's all the way embedded into the model. Okay? Then what we do, we're going to put the work plane up here, and we're going to put a square up here like this. Let's change this to a different color. Let's go with khaki. I wish it didn't default to red. Red is so useless. And then we take this cylinder and we make it as big as the entire thing. Make it really tall. And we're going to do the same thing again. Control D. Turn it into a cut tool. Okay? And then we're going to lift this up until it's halfway into the model. You know, approximately. And then we're going to join these two together like this. Now you see we have a cylinder cut into the model here. Now you're going to do the same thing. You're going to lift this up until it penetrates all parts of the model. So, yep, we are penetrating everywhere and we are not sticking out the top. All right? We turn this into a cut tool and we join them together. Now, the top of the text has the exact same cylinder shape. And now you can drop that into the model and have it stick out at whatever height you want. And now you have the perfect size text where it's the same all around the curve sticking out of the model. How cool is that? And you can do that with complex shapes too. It doesn't have to be a simple cylinder. You could do that with a more complex shape. And it's not that hard. You just got to plan it out in your head, you know, make sure the scaling is right. And now you have the text sticking out of your model. Bingo bango. Isn't that neat? It's surprising what you can do in Tinkercad. Now, I mean, Tinkercad's not as powerful as Fusion or anything like that, but it's free and it's fast. How long would it have taken you to do that in Fusion? Now, of course, if I want to edit this, I got to start over. While in Fusion, you can just modify a few things. I don't know. There are videos on YouTube for Tinkercad, but Tinkercad is WYSIWYG. It's a visual editor, so a lot of it is just you thinking about what you want to do. A lot of it's that simple. That's also how I make curves. So let's say I want to make a if I want to add a curve to a surface that is not so easy to add a curve to. So for example, Now this is pretty easy to add a curve to, but let's say I wanna curve one of these edges. Okay, so the first thing I do is I drop a cylinder. Make the cylinder as big as the edge that I want to curve. Increase the number of sides. Okay, basic movement in Tinkercad. So right-hand mouse button allows you to grab your view and rotate it around a common center point. Okay. Middle click pans the view. So your distance and orientation stays the same, and you're just panning left and right. Your center wheel on the mouse allows you to zoom in and zoom out. And that's it. Now, what I'm going to do is I want to put like a curve like this. So I create a cylinder, and then I create a square. You got to make the cylinder or the square smaller than the cylinder. I'll show you why in a second. Okay. Now we're just going to lift that up, bring it over. Now, of course, you can use measurements to make this more precise if you want. I'm just doing a quick and dirty. Turn this into a hole. Join this. Turn this into a hole. And then bring it over into my model. There. So now I can bring this over more. You just don't want the you don't want that edge to sink into the model. Okay? There we go. Now I make this big enough to cover the entire edge of the model. And now when I join it, there you go. Now I have a curve. You know, it's surprisingly powerful what you can do. You just have to keep your you have to do all the work up here to keep your train of thought in what you want. And then if you're going to get into complex steps and you want to create backward points where you can move to, you select your object, Control D, and then you stick a copy of it back here. And now I can make other changes. So for example, if I put that there, and I want to put a hole in here, let's say I do a bunch of complex steps and I decide, you know something? No, I want to go back to this step. Well, I can create my own tree of steps to go back to. So now I can go back to when I put that hole in there. I can go back to when I put that there. That's something you can do. Now, you do have to be careful not to overload Tinkercad. So if you get enough models, what you do is you take your current model and you hit the copy thing up here. Copy. Then you go back to the Tinkercad, 9 block here. It's going to save your workspace. Create a new design. And then paste. And it brings in all of the things you did to it. So this contains, you can still split this apart. So this can still be split apart into its constituent components. But now you don't have the history of all these other models bogging down Tinkercad. So sometimes you'll need to do that with very complex models. You just start a new workplace. And now if you ever need one of those old models, you can still go back out. And then you can still bring up the old one here that has all the extra models on it. And you can copy one of those and bring it into the new one if you need it. So a lot of interesting, powerful things you can do with Tinkercad. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yep, and drop them right in. I do. I have Tinkercad videos. So whenever I come up with an interesting trick for Tinkercad, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'll probably make a video doing the text. Showing how to do basic text on, abnormal objects, non-flat objects. That's a good idea. I'll probably make a dedicated video doing just that. Oh yeah, I know. People love that. That's the wonderful thing about 3D printing is it allows that kind of customization. And it's totally food safe as long as you don't use it more than once. Nothing's gonna happen putting that in a cake. You shouldn't do it again, but nothing's gonna happen. And what does it cost in material to make? 25 cents? It's like, it's not like you're wasting a ton of material. Oh my god. We had do you Alan King asks, do you select external perimeters before infill? I think I understand what you're talking about. You should always print the perimeters first. Never print the infill first. I can't think of one situation where it makes sense to print the infill first. That never makes sense. But Cura has the option to do that. In fact, I think sometimes it defaults to that, where it'll print the infill first and then do the perimeters. And that's why you'll see prints where you can see lines on the outside of the print that match the infill. It's because they did that. So always print perimeters first, then infill. Maybe there's a situation where that makes sense. That's possible. I haven't encountered it yet. Excellent, Michael. Because kids will latch on to 3D printing very fast. Young minds are more malleable. We got these rolls last night. Oh my god, they were so good. I'm going to show you. We got these from Walmart. King's Hawaiian. Pretzel hamburger buns. They're expensive as hell. Michelle was like, we gotta do those again. I was like, we gotta be careful. I was like, I could buy 8 regular buns and a gallon of milk for the same price as these 4 rolls. I was like, so these are very expensive at $1 a roll, but I pulled out one of my frozen pounds of beef and we made, 4 small patties out of it. Because can't go be splurging too much. And provolone cheese, horseradish mustard, lettuce, and tomatoes. Oh my god, it was so good. I toasted the bun slightly in the pan after I cooked the hamburgers. I could not get over how good it was. Oh, it was so good. So I was like, maybe once a month we can have them. Maybe once every other month. But oh my God, those were delicious. But $1 a bun. Ouch. I'm certainly not buying the bread anymore. One of my favorite things is the Hawaiian sweetbread. Oh God, I love that so much. But look at that price. $5.12 for a loaf of bread. And actually, that's $10 for a loaf of bread because that's a small loaf. A normal loaf of bread. Maybe it's probably similar in weight, but smaller in number. So, not going with the garbage $1 bread. If we go with the store brand bread that they have here, where is it? Where is that? Should be at the top of the list. Lick My Balls is back. Hi, Lick My Balls. I think now it's a challenge for him. Let's see. Where is... Kroger has these nice $2 loaves of bread. I love Oro wheat. Oro wheat makes great bread, but it's expensive. Where is it? Wait a minute. If I search for cottage, that'll come up. There it is. Or where is it? No, did they raise the price? Really? I don't know if that's it. How do I find it? I don't know how to find it, but Kroger has decent bread at it's $2 a loaf. I don't know how to find it. It's usually under coupons sometimes. Doing okay. We're getting lucky with the weather. The new mini split is so much more efficient. My God, it actually dropped my electric bill $50. I'm averaging 100 to 150 a month on the electric instead of 150 to 200. It's huge difference. It's just so efficient. It's 22 SEER, 27,000 BTU. So really, really high efficiency. 22 SEER is really up there in efficiency. But it's just so ungodly efficient. Come on, where's the bread? I know it's in here somewhere. Can I see my past orders? Yeah, my receipts. Yeah, you gotta, in moderation. It says no saved receipts. Ooh, they have recipes. I didn't know that. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. There it is, purchase history. Okay. One of these has got to have the bread. That doesn't. Boy, this was great, man. 5 dozen eggs for $7. Oh, I wish I could have bought 2. I got that when it was a BOGO. I had a coupon for buy one, get one for King's Hawaiian. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You bet your ass I bought that. Nothing there. One of these has got to have it. It just really annoys me. I can't find it. Like, I want to find it now because I'm really annoyed. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. I have a bread machine. I got to use it. Was it that long ago that I... Yeah, we haven't been to Kroger in a while. Lately, Walmart's just had better prices. I check both, and I just get it from wherever it's cheaper. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, bread is easy to make, but there's a difference between making bread and making good bread. I gotta learn how to make good bread. Making bread's easy. Making good bread's not so easy. Maybe that's it? No. Yeah, I love how they raise the price of the bags of shrimp $2, and then now you can get a $2 coupon, which is no longer a coupon. It just gets you back to the regular price now. I got those for free. Lick My Balls is back. Bye-bye, Lick My Balls. See you later, Lick My Balls. The wood pellet shed? They're not haters, they're spammers. They come into live streams to spam their junk. And I wish it was that easy. So I love King's Hawaiian, but we got to be careful with them because they're very, very expensive. But oh my god, it's so good. If I could figure out how to make King's Hawaiian bread at home, oh yeah. You know what's crazy though is that okay, tell me, what's a cheap food that you ate as a kid? When you were poor, what do you eat? What's something you eat when you're poor? Cold cut sandwiches. You know, meat, cheese, and bread. Cold cut sandwiches. Okay. Look how expensive it is now. $6.57 a pound. Nice try. You're gone, lick my balls. You're gone. Lick 'em. Lick 'em. I want to feel it. Look at this. $4.90 a pound. $4.98 a pound. $7.50 a pound. $5 a pound. $8 a pound. $6.21 a pound. This is great value brand. And it's $6 a pound for lunch meat. What? Hey, Chris from Bulgaria. German 3D printing nerd, how are you doing? That's crazy. Oh my god. Well, you can get bologna for $2.56 a pound. But bologna's garbage. Bye-bye, ball liquor. It's insane. It's not it's $5 a pound. I mean, that's just. I like thin sliced personally, but Jesus, I mean, this stuff is great. Oven roasted turkey breast. Oh, I love this stuff. But it's $5.48 a pound. You're gonna get 4 sandwiches out of that if you skimp. Just incredible how expensive it is. It's just, wow. No, it's more. It's more. It's more if you get it sliced. I don't think a single one's below $6 a pound. Oh, they're on sale this week. Yeah, see, normally $4.79, $3.99. But that's for 9 ounces. So how much is that actually? That's not deli slice. That's packaged. But 4 divided by 9 times 16. That's $7 a pound on sale. So do they list their sliced meat? I thought they did. What about deli? They might not list their deli slices. Yeah, but that costs even more. Good luck finding anything for less than $5.99 a pound. Yeah, they don't list their. Looks like they don't list their deli sliced. Departments. Meat. It looks like, what is that? Shelf stable meat? Hang on, I want to see this. Oh, it's canned meat. Okay. Yeah, that's just canned meat. Okay. Departments. You said you saw deli? There it is, deli. Fresh deli meats. Yes, 16 ounces, 1 pound. There we go. $8.99 a pound, $9.99 a pound. Hey, there's smoked turkey breast. That's $3.99 for 8 ounces. So that's $8 a pound. $12.49 a pound. $9 a pound. $12.49 a pound. $12.49 a pound. $10 a pound. They got nothing less than $10 a pound. $9 a pound is their cheapest. Right there. That's their own in-house brand. Yeah. No shit, right? Like, cold cuts used to be what us poor people ate. You know, we'd go to school with our bag lunch and cold cut sandwiches because we were poor. Now, rich people have cold cut sandwiches. Because I love cold cut sandwiches. I love making a sandwich with, aged white cheddar, some rotisserie turkey, some horseradish mustard or some Miracle Whip with some fresh cut Roma tomatoes and lettuce and onion slices. I love making cold cut sandwiches. But now it's stupid expensive. Well, if they all get slaughtered, price will go down because they'll flood the market. 12, 10.49, 11.49, $9, 13.49, 12.49, $10. I mean, Jesus. This is like $13 a pound because that's 7 ounces. So 2 is 14 ounces, which is $11, and you still have 2 more ounces to go. This is insane. Here, low sodium ham, $12. Yeah, but there's no meat. That's just the sauce. You still gotta cook the meat to go with it. And $2.99 a can for Sloppy Joe is insane. I'm glad I have like 3 cases of Sloppy Joe mix. I got it years ago. It's on sale. Like 5, 6, 7 years ago. Oh, this one's here. Bologna! $8.49 a pound for fucking bologna. Oh my god. Wow, hell no. I keep it in my pantry, baby. That'll never go bad. Canned food lasts 20 years. As long as I practice FIFO. But this is cold cuts. Yeah, but this is their in-house brand, private selection. Okay? $9 and $10 a pound. So this is the cheap stuff. The boar's head is like $12. Right? The cheap stuff is $9. I know. I have oats, I have rice, I have beans. Man, I got lucky when I was in Vine. This one company kept putting up 10-pound bags of rice. So I got like 60 pounds of rice. It's awesome. Oh, I miss that. Boy, do I miss that. Wow. That is just so insanely expensive. Oh, forget eggs. We don't buy eggs anymore. Well, we did last week because Walmart had eggs on sale for $1.96 a dozen because I will not pay more than $2 for eggs. When eggs go above $2, I just stop buying them. You think I'm paying $3 and $4 for a dozen of eggs, you're nuts. Over my dead body. We'll just do without eggs. What are you going to do? Even Costco. Costco's usually more expensive for food. I can't even look. Oh, that's for delivery. I don't want delivery. Looks like I can't see the price of eggs. I want grocery. Grocery. Um, Kirkland Signature Grocery. None of this is grocery. I guess if you're insane and you want $1,000 worth of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, or if you want paper towels and toilet paper and latex gloves, this isn't grocery. None of this is grocery. Lick My Balls is back. Lick My Balls is gone. Yeah, eggs are expensive at the Costco. They're, at least here they are. They're not cheap at all. Ow. Shoulder is killing me. Damn. $1,000 in cheese. Holy shit. Wow. That's incredible. 72 pounds, an entire roll. You're buying the whole roll, baby. I mean, could you even use that up before it went bad? I guess if you're a business, a restaurant, but Jesus, $949. Just for the hell of it, let's do it priced high to low. Sometimes this is fun. Well, it drops pretty quickly from $949 to $52. But that's because they're not showing. Is that $53 for 1.5 pounds of Chilean sea bass? Holy shit. Now you see, $6 for 5 dozen is good. Our Costco doesn't have that. I never saw it, at least. But that would be worth getting for that price. That's $1.20 a dozen. That's a good deal. Not a great deal, but it's a good deal. The only problem is I can no longer make it to Costco on a charge. No, I took it off. Every time I take it off, it doesn't really change anything. See? It doesn't change anything. So they're not. I guess their website doesn't show what they have in stock. Like, none of their fresh groceries are showing here. So no, there's no fruit here. There's no eggs here. There's no meats here. They're not showing any of that stuff. So I guess they just don't show that on their website. But the problem is, I'm probably not going to renew my Costco membership next year, just because my electric car can no longer make it to Costco and back. I'm waiting for a call back from Nissan USA to see if they can do anything to help me deal with the dealer in fixing my car. But as of right now, the only way I can go to Costco is if I were to go early in the morning, go to Costco, and then stop by the dealership, charge up the car, and then drive home. I don't want to sit for 3 hours in the parking lot charging the car. So the only time I can go to Costco is when I use the Kia, which means now I'm spending gasoline. It takes 1.5 gallons of gas to go to Costco and back. So now I have to factor in $7 in gas to go to Costco. So if I'm not buying enough to offset $7, I'm better off paying the higher price here, where my fuel cost is basically zero. But that's something that really annoys me. I want to solar charge my car, and I only need 4 or 5 solar panels to do it. I have everything else. I have the cabling. I have the MPPT controller. I mean, I got several of them sitting right there. I've got the batteries. I've got the inverter, this pure sine wave inverter. I have everything I need except the solar panels. And I can't afford them. I should have bought that pallet of solar panels for $15 a piece. I should have bought them when I had the chance. I appreciate that, Mike. But I have to, when I factor in the price of something, I have to factor in, well, that's just it though. Batteries are insanely expensive. Enough batteries to make a difference is a lot of money. You know, let's say I wanted to add 10 kilowatt hours. That's not a lot. That's 1/3 of my battery capacity. If I wanted to put a 10 kilowatt hour battery on a trailer, what would that cost? You are looking at $1,000 for a 300 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. Now, how much do I get out of that? Let's find out. So that is 12.8 volts. So let's call it 12 times 300. That is 3.6 kilowatt hours, which means I need 3 of them. Okay. So that means I need $3,000 worth of batteries. $3,000 worth of batteries. To be able to attempt to extend the range of the car. And keep in mind, this wouldn't extend my range. I would have to stop and plug in this to do anything. Because you can't charge while you're driving. One or the other. You can charge or you can drive. You can't do both. And so when I came to a stop, like when I was inside Costco, I could plug this into the car to charge up. Now, it would be a very tiny trailer. Matter of fact, it wouldn't even need to be a trailer. I could put 3 of these on a cargo rack behind the car. Then I would just need a thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. If you guys want to donate, use PayPal, because then I get to keep all of it. When you use YouTube, YouTube takes 30%. So YouTube's going to keep $6 of that. But thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate that. So I would need $3,000 worth of batteries, and I would need a 220 volt inverter. So let's see here. Ideally, I would want like a 36 volt inverter if that's possible. Probably not. That's insufficient. That's only 1500 watts. That's more power than I need. Here we go. That's not quite enough. A basic charge is 3.3 kilowatt hours, I believe. So I would need like 3,500. Here we go, 3,600. So this would do it. So this here, solar hybrid inverter. So I could plug, well, I would be better off at that point going with 200 amp hour batteries. Because I need 4. So yeah, we would go with this. So $700. So $2,800 in batteries. Because I would 24 volts is substantially more efficient than 12 volts. In fact, better would be to go 48 volts and run the 4 batteries in series. That would be the best if I could find a 48 volt. Here we go. That's too much power. Let's do 48 volt. There we go. So $700. So I would need $4,000. It'd cost $4,000. But with $4,000, I could put 4 batteries and this controller, and then plug in my regular EVSE power unit. And then when I got to where I was going, I could grab the cable, plug it into the car, and self-charge. Ideally, put a small solar panel on it and just let it trickle charge. So, like, if I used it once a week, that solar panel would probably make enough power. Like, a single 400-watt solar panel would generate, let's call it, 3 kilowatts a day. So, every 4 days, it'd be able to fully recharge the trailer, which would be perfect. So, add another $200 for a used solar panel. So, for about $4,000, I could make a 10 kilowatt battery trailer that I could haul around with me, and it wouldn't be that heavy. A little tiny, an itty bitty Harbor Freight trailer would be enough to do it. What would be better is to make a single wheel trailer, like the old Sears single wheel trailers. Let me show you that. You get a kick out of this. This is what you'd want, something like this. So this here is a single wheel trailer. So basically it attaches to 2 points on the back of your vehicle. So kind of like a tow bar, but on the backside. And then there's a single caster wheel. The reason this would be ideal is that it would basically a wheelbarrow, and I can make this substantially shorter. Like mine would only be about that long. The advantage of this is no issues backing up or making turns because the trailer doesn't pivot. The wheel pivots. So I would make this trailer half this length. All right. And if the weight was a concern, use 2 caster wheels. Okay. And then I'd have 4 batteries, inverter, EVSE, and then a solar panel covering the top. And that's it. I wouldn't have to ever plug it in. Here's an older one. That's kind of cool. There you go. So there's a single wheel trailer, except mine could be a lot shorter because I would only need space for 4 batteries and a solar panel sideways. But this way you could back up, pull into a parking spot without taking up more space. It solves all the problems it solves all the annoyance of towing around a trailer. But yeah, that would work. And that would give me an extra 10 kilowatt hours of range. In fact, just being parked in the sunlight would be recharging the battery, at a rate of, 400 watt hours per hour, 400 watts per hour. And I get 4 miles per kilowatt, and 400 watts per hour means that I would net in fact, I can increase that even further if I mount 2 solar panels to it, but I have 1 solar panel on drawer slides so that it slides underneath the first solar panel. This way, just like that, you'd only get to charge from 1 solar panel. But once I parked, I can pull out the second solar panel, since it's not going to take up more than a parking space. Pull out the second solar panel, now I get 800 watts. Now I could almost fully charge the battery in 1 day. So, for example, if I were to go to the movies for, say, 3 hours, that would give me 2.4 kilowatts of return power back into the battery while I'm sitting there in the movies. That's pretty cool. But the problem is I don't got $4,000. I just don't. It wouldn't go to waste either. I could use that at home. So when I'm home, I could plug it into the house and use it as a UPS for the house. And but again, without $4,000, what are you gonna do? If people could figure out how I can get $4,000, I'll build one. I think it'd be fun as shit. Make a short little single wheel trailer to go behind the car, so half this length, because I don't need it that big. And basically, let's draw it out. So that would be, let's say, something like this. Control D. Yeah, I bet he does. So there would be the basic trailer. Stop making everything red, damn it. Let's put this in here. Let's put this in here. There we go. There's the 4 batteries. And then that would be the charge controller. This would be the EVSE. Okay. Bring this up. Okay. Let's make it bigger. Increase the wall thickness. Add a bevel to it. Increase the number of segments in the bevel so it's more of a rounding. There we go. Make that black. There we go. Good enough. And then Control D. Split. Get rid of you. Make you blue. Control D. Raise it up. There. So that would basically be the trailer right there. This would be two 400-watt solar panels and single wheel swivel trailer, on the back of the car. Okay. And when I get to where I'm going, I could grab this and slide it out like this on a set of hinges, on a set of sliders. And now I have 800 watts of charging capacity. Ow. And when I'm ready to drive away again, slide it back in and drive away. And this could even charge while I'm driving. It would only be charging at 400 watts, but it would still be charging. So it'd be recharging itself all day no matter what. And when I'm stopped, I can extend this solar panel and charge even faster. Yeah, that would work. That could work. So what would I need? I would need one of these. 5500 watt would probably be the best way to go because then I can expand. Let's see here. So you definitely want to go 220 volt. And using a solar inverter is the best way to go because that will allow me to connect the solar panels. So I would need one of these. And I would need these got the best reviews. These have no reviews. I don't know if that's trustworthy or not. That's probably the one you're going to want to go with. What's the difference here? Power output's not a problem. This can handle 2.5 kilowatts. So 4 of them means I can handle 10,000 watts. I only need 3,300 kilowatts. So there's plenty of power there. Let's create a list. EV trailer wish list. Create list. Continue. Then we need one of these. I've already got the EVSEs. So I would need 4 batteries, 1 solar inverter charge controller. Although that says 80 amp. That's plenty. 80 amp is plenty. No, wait a minute. Yeah, it says 5,500 watt. Yeah, 5,500 watt pure sine wave inverter. Just have to make sure it's lithium iron phosphate compatible. And then that's a cool old RV. That's a cool old Winnebago. Huh. Okay, solar panel. We don't want 100 watt. Need delivery method, local pickup. Anything available? Because you need some good 400 watt solar panels to make it practical. Not much available right now. So that means we'd probably have to buy new solar panels, and you're looking at $300 or $400 a piece, which is nothing compared to the price of the batteries. Oh man, oh, how much are these? How many watts? These are only 220 watts, but 4 of them would work. So that's $600 right there, assuming they have 4 of them. Oh, here we go. So here's some 310 watt panels for $107. Depending on how big they are, if I can put them side by side so I can use 4 of them, that would give me 1.2 kilowatts of charging power in full sunlight when they're fully extended. That's a lot of solar panels. Jesus. So nothing locally available, but you can see solar panels are not going to be that expensive, about $400, which is not too bad, relatively speaking. Let's see, anything local? And how much power would those 200 amperes give us? Uh, 200 times 12 times 4, 9,600 watt hours. So it'd still give us 10 kilowatt hours. Free solar panels. What? I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh. They're not free. You pay 5 times the price over the life of the loan. Ow. What kind of panels are these? It doesn't say. But there you go. You're looking at about probably $4,500. You need $3,000 in batteries. You need $700 for the solar inverter, and you need about $400 in solar panels. So you're looking at right about $4,000. Then you got to build a trailer. That's going to be another $600 to $1,000. So yeah, about 4,500 to $5,000. And then you would just take your existing EVSE, your existing cable. Let me see, I can show you a picture of that. No results there, but Amazon will have one. You know, there's your typical EVSE. So where's a total picture? You know, you'd be looking at something like this. And except, you know, this would be 220 volt. Lick my balls is back. Bye-bye, lick my balls. So you would plug this into your solar inverter array, and then you'd plug that into the car. Now, it wouldn't be automatic. You would have to manually plug that in. The ideal solution would be to run a piece of copper from the trailer up to the front of the car. So run a piece of conduit underneath the car and put, 30 amp Romex in that conduit, and then have an outlet underneath the hood, and you just wind up this entire EVSE and have it sitting under the hood. And then when you get where you would have the plug literally mounted onto the bumper, and you would have just 3 feet of excess cable inside a hole, and then all you'd have to do is on the remote for the car, then on the not really, we're still just at 19, but then I just hit this button on my remote, and the battery door pops open on the front of the car, and then I would just grab that J1772 and just go click and plug in the car, and it would just start drawing power from the battery, recharging the car. But at 3 kilowatt hours, that would charge my car for 3 hours, and with the solar panels, I can go almost 3.5 hours, and so that would give me a pretty decent charge. And these aren't expensive, but I have plenty of these, so I don't need this. I could do, as a proof of concept, I could do it for a whole lot less. As a proof of concept, I already have a charge controller. I already have a 1500 watt inverter. I already have an EVSE. And then one single battery. Is $700. Now that is enough to get me 200. Actually, I'd be better off going with a 300 amp hour at that point. I don't know if that'd be better or not, because then I wouldn't be able to expand it as easily later, while this would be very expandable. Because I can add a second one, a third one, and a fourth one, and eventually get to my 10 amp hour ultimate goal. But I could put adding the ability to charge up my car so I could go a little bit further. So 200 amp hours times 200 times 12. That's 2.4 kilowatt hours. That's enough to charge the car for 2 hours at a trickle charge. At 1.1 kilowatt hours, That's enough to charge for 2 hours, which will extend my range 10 miles. I get about 4.5 to 5 miles per hour charging at trickle charge at 1.1 kilowatt hours, which means it would be able to charge the entire time I'm, like, for example, in the movies. I could then mount a single solar panel to the roof of the car, and that solar panel would trickle charge the battery. And also give me another, in 2 hours, it would give me another 800 watt hours, which would mean I would almost have enough for 3 hours of charging, which would extend my range by 15 miles. That solar panel would generate, let's call it worst case scenario, 2 kilowatt hours per day, which means that solar panel would be almost enough to fully recharge that battery in 1 day. So just sitting out parked, that would be enough to recharge the battery each day. So call it a day and a half, since you're going to be using it for part of the day. That could be, it's still well beyond my means. Well, we're talking about 110 volt trickle charge, right? To do this right, I need $5,000. I don't got $5,000. But I do have some solar panels. I do have a MPPT charge controller. I do have a 1500 watt pure sine wave inverter. All I would need is one battery. It would only, at a trickle charge, when you're charging at 1.1 kilowatt hours off of a 110 volt outlet, that will add 5 miles to my car's range per hour. So a single 200 amp hour battery with a 400 watt solar panel on the roof charging it would allow me to run the trickle charger for almost 3 hours before it ran dead. I could, in theory, still use 2 solar panels in this configuration. The most elegant configuration is I mount the solar panel to the top of the car like this. A single solar panel. But I could mount 2 solar panels this way, and they would just stick out the sides of the car a little bit. I could mount 2 solar panels on the roof. That would give me 800 watt hours, in theory. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I guarantee you other people have done this. People have made battery trailers. I'm trying to figure out how cheap can I do it. And it looks like, now, this is not the price of the project. This is how much it would cost me, because I already have some of these components. But all I would need is one battery. And I could try this. I could put that battery in the car. So I could put that battery in the trunk of the car. Put the inverter and the MPPT controller in there. The idea is not to overcome the usage of the car. That's not the idea. You're never going to get enough power to do that. The idea is to extend my range. A single battery will give me 10 miles. This battery contains, what did we come up with? 2,400, 2.4 kilowatt hours. So 2.4 times, let's say worst case scenario, 4.2 miles per kilowatt. That's 10 miles. Plus whatever power I get from the solar panel. The solar panel won't be much, but it's still going to be 400 watts per hour. Remember, I live in the Southwest. We get lots of sunlight. You're in Arizona. You know what I'm talking about. Tons of sunlight. And if I mount 2 solar panels, that's 800 watt hours. Correct. And yes, it does. It works exactly like that. Now, there is some overhead. You're going to lose some energy to conversion, about 10%, but the solar panel will make up for that. Because remember, like if I drive down to, the movies, I'm going to be parked for 2.5 hours. All right? So the car is going to be sitting there in a parking lot for 2.5 hours. That solar panel is going to make about 800 watts in that 2 hours, plus the 2.4 kilowatts in the car. That's 3.2 kilowatt hours. So 3,200 watts. You're going to lose 10% to the charger, the OBC, and the trickle charger. So times 0.9. So I'll get 2.8 kilowatt hours. So 2.8 divided by, I think it's 420. Did I do that right? No. 2.8 times 4.2. That's 11 miles. So I can add 11 miles of range to the car while I'm parked and inside the movie theater watching a movie. Now, I don't think I need that to go to the movies, because the movies are right at the bottom of the mountain. So it's only 24 miles. And the car has enough range for that. Barely. Barely. Because I have bad batteries in the car. But with this, now instead of only being able to go 47 miles, I can go 58 miles. As long as I stop for 2 hours and let the car charge. Because you can't charge the car while you're driving. I can charge the battery while I'm driving, but you can't charge the car while you're driving. At least we can't. You have to hack the system to be able to feed that solar power directly into the battery. And I'm not going to hack a 400 volt DC battery pack. That's a quick way to die. 400 volt DC will fuck you up. Brings new meaning to light you up like a Christmas tree. However, that solar panel can charge this battery while I'm driving, because this battery will be independent of the car. And then when I get there, I just take my EVSE, so, this EVSE, I already have a couple of these, so I don't need to buy one. But this EVSE will just plug into the inverter, which is plugged into the battery, which is plugged into the solar charge controller, and then I would just plug it into the car. So I would have this sitting under the hood, and then when I get to where I'm going, I simply open the hood, pull this out from under the hood, and plug it into the car, and now the car will be charging off of the battery in the trunk of the car. And the cool thing is, I can extend this. So, for example, later on when I have more money, I could buy a second battery. Now I have 5 kilowatt hours. Now, your limitation at that point is the fastest you can charge with a 110 volt charger is 1.6 kilowatt hours. Some of the Chinese chargers will allow you to charge at 16 amps. Most won't. Most limit to 13. But some of the cheap ones will go as high as 16 amps, and the car will accept that. So that would increase the rate at which I can charge. So instead of 1.1 kilowatt hours, I'd be charging at 1.6 kilowatt hours. But you would pretty rapidly want to switch to 220 volt at that point. Because what's going to happen is, like, say I add 2 more batteries, and now I have, 7.5 kilowatt hours. Well, the problem is, the only way I can get that 7.5 kilowatt hours into the car is to sit there parked for 7 hours. Because I'm limited at how fast I can put the power into the car. So at that point, you would have to switch to a 220 volt inverter, so that you can then switch to a 3.3 kilowatt hour charger. Now, once again, 3 batteries will give me 2 hours of charge, and I can charge the car up at 3.3 kilowatt hours one park. But now you need, $2,100 in batteries. Now you need a $799 220 volt inverter. It gets more expensive at that point. It does. Oh, it is. This was in my car in the New Mexico desert with the windows closed for 2 weeks. No warping whatsoever. It looks absolutely perfect. No stinky, no outgassing that I can detect. Well, the problem is I don't have a Prius. I already have an electric car. This is more of a proof of concept. What could I do for how little money? Meaning, I have a trash can right there. what could I do for how little money? And this I could do for $700. ASA for anything that goes outdoors, because even white PLA will warp in the New Mexico sun. The sun is so brutal. So, for example, when I print my gutter hangers for my gutter, I got to print them out of ASA or ABS. I can't print them out of PLA. When I print my own little micro gutters for like the trailer and stuff like that, the bus, might as well capture the water coming down on top of those too, right? So I want to print my own little mini gutters for those. I need to use ASA or ABS. Well, the problem with my Leaf is that my battery's bad. The Leaf battery is a battery pack. It's made up of 92 individual batteries. Of course, they're a lot bigger than this. They're about this big. They're about that big. I could probably show you. So here is a Nissan Leaf battery. And so you have 92. This little square right here that you're seeing, that little square right there, that's a battery. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will a Pruid better fit in your Leaf? What? So this is a Nissan Leaf battery, and it's made up of 92 of these batteries right here. You can see there's a whole bunch here, 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 here. Mine's a 2016. Well, here's the problem. A couple of these have gone bad inside my battery pack. Okay, so I'm not getting the full capacity out of some of these cells. And the problem is those bad cells drag down the voltage of the whole pack, which causes the car to cut those cells out of the loop, which dramatically lowers the voltage of the whole pack. And now the car won't give me all of the range that I can get because I would undervolt the pack. So now instead of being able to go, 90, 100 miles, which is more than enough for out here, with 100 miles of range, I can go anywhere in Albuquerque, pretty much. I can go as far as Corrales. I can't go out to like Taylor Ranch. I would have to stop and charge up. But I can go pretty much anywhere in Albuquerque proper. He's faded, so he's lost some of his color, but structurally he's fine. I'll take a picture and show it to you guys next week. So the problem is the Nissan dealership here doesn't want to repair the car. And they basically threatened me. Which doesn't sit too well with me. I don't like being threatened. And so I'm contacting Nissan. I'm hoping I can work with them. But from what I'm hearing from other people, I'm probably going to have to go to the Better Business Bureau and Attorney General to threaten them to get them to honor the warranty on the battery. Because typically, if the battery goes down to 8 capacity bars, automatic warranty replacement. The problem is my capacity bars won't go down because the software in the car doesn't recognize individual dying cells as reducing the capacity of the car. It only counts when they're fully charged. And of course, those dying cells do take a charge. So when the car's fully charged, it appears to have a proper battery with 10 battery capacity bars. The problem is the moment you get into the throttle, it cuts out those bad cells, shuts down the entire car, turns off the traction pack, and now I'm stuck on the side of the road and have to get towed home. It will not turn on the battery again until I plug in the charger. When I plug in the charger, 10 minutes later, it resets the computer and the battery comes back on. Oh, you hear that thunder? Or jet. That might be a jet. So if I go above 80% throttle, the cuts out the battery. So, driving around town, you're fine. Going into the city, a little dicey. I bought it basically new. It was off lease. It was a return. So the car's a 2016. I bought it from the Nissan dealer in 2017 with 4,100 miles on it. So basically brand new. And I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect the dealer has to eat part of a warranty replacement, and they don't want to eat it. And so they basically threatened me to make me go away, and it worked because I can't afford it. So I gotta see what I can do because I would love to get the battery replaced because they're not replacing the batteries with the same as the original battery. They're putting 40 kilowatt hour batteries in as a replacement. That's 150 miles of range. I can go anywhere in Albuquerque with 150 miles of range. Anywhere. But as a pet project, we're wondering, how far, what can I do to extend my range? Just as a pet project, not as something really practical, really. But something like this could work. If I could plug the car into even a trickle charger for 2 hours while I'm in the movies, that would add 10 miles of range to the car, and that would be enough to allow me to get back home. Or that would be enough to allow me to go to, for example, Costco. Or I don't know if it's probably not enough to allow me to go to El Super. El Super is a 70-mile round trip. And this would only give me 58 miles. 60 tops. So that's not enough to go to El Super. I would still need to go to a charger to go to El Super. El Super is a grocery store here. It's a single grocery store that exists in Albuquerque. But the problem is it's not local. So the nearest El Super is down here. It's not called Ranch Market. I don't know why it says that. Unless they changed the name. Lick My Balls is back. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. Let's see. They have a website? Yes, they do. Okay, so I took the car to them in 2019. Now, what's really annoying is the car was under full warranty in 2019, so I was still under the 5-year powertrain warranty, and the car only has 46,000 miles on it. Oh, that's weird. I don't lose that much range in the wintertime. I mean, you lose range because you're running the heater, but not that much. I lose maybe 10%. But it helps that I have the new car with the heat pump for a heater. So the heater doesn't drain the battery nearly as hard as the old resistance heater did. Man, my 2012, yeah, 50% range in the winter. So here's what happened. I went to the dealer in 2019 and said, hey, the car's, its range is dropping really fast, like faster than my 2012 did. And he plugged it in, said it's fine. The next time I went in, said same thing. They plugged it in, they said it's fine. Then one day I'm driving and the fucking car goes crazy. Oh, that's a Zoe. That's a totally different beast. Yeah, you are. Uh, uh, um, a Zoe is um not the same thing as a Leaf. Images. That's a 2008 Zoe, and Norway's pretty cold. It probably has a resistance heater, not a heat pump, since this is a very, very cheap car. Cheap relative to other electric cars. That's probably why that resistance heater is going to destroy your battery range. It's going to destroy it. Um, it does have a heat pump. It's interesting. How big is your battery? It says you have a 40 kilowatt battery. Wow, with a 40 kilowatt battery, you should be okay. I must be thinking of a different car. The car I'm thinking of, barely goes 100 miles. It had soft doors. It was more like one of those tuk-tuk cars that you see in India. A guy in the UK had it. I must be thinking of a totally different car. This looks like something similar to the Leaf. So what? With a 40 kilowatt hour battery, you could probably still go 100 miles in the winter. Yeah. Even with half the range, you're still going to be able to go 100 miles. That should be more than enough for you. Unless you have a really long commute. So I went to the dealership this time because the car was now becoming dangerous before I realized what was happening. I was doing 70 miles per hour down the highway and the car went into turtle mode. Now, if you know what a Leaf is, you know that turtle mode limits you to 28 miles an hour. Yeah, I was shitting bricks when my car slowed down to 28 miles an hour and traffic around me is whizzing by at 75. I was lucky I didn't fucking die. Now, thankfully, after about 30 seconds, I guess with the regenerative braking, put charge back into the battery, it reset and came back alive again. And this time, I didn't push the gas so hard, and I was fine. Well, I was able to get this on video. Hey, Ben, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. So I get to the dealer, and I show them the video and say, dude, there's something wrong with the car. Okay? I was like, oh, minus 30 Celsius is pretty cold. Well, no, minus 30 Celsius is not that cold. Oh, yes, it is. Holy shit. Negative 22 Fahrenheit. Wow. Yeah, that's okay. The reason your range is going to drop, I thought negative 30 was right around 0, which is not that cold. But negative 22 is very cold. Okay. The reason you're losing so much range is battery heaters. Right? You cannot charge a lithium-ion battery when it's frozen. You will destroy it. And you also harm it using it while it's frozen. So you're going to run into two problems. That's going to dramatically shorten your range in the wintertime. Problem number one, no more regenerative braking. Your car is going to drastically limit how much regenerative braking you're going to use because it doesn't want to be piling that charge back into the battery, which will damage it when the battery's very cold. Second, all electric cars have heating pads inside the battery pack. So inside the Nissan Leaf battery pack, there are heating elements underneath this battery. That heating element heats up to make the battery warm. So, for example, when it gets truly cold in the wintertime and you plug your car into the charger, it actually won't charge the car. It won't charge the car at all. First, it uses the power to turn on those battery heaters, bring the battery temperature above freezing, then it starts to charge the car. Oh, that's good. Thank God that was negative. Jerk off more, man. I'm serious. The studies have shown that people who regularly jerk off have an 85% less chance of prostate cancer. I'm not kidding. There was actually a study on that. So you gotta jerk off more. Oh my God. Exactly. Well, those heaters are also going to run while the car's driving to keep the battery from freezing. That's going to really drain your power. So combination of lack of regen because the battery's too cold and having to run the battery heaters on top of the normal factors that reduce range at negative 22 Fahrenheit, the air is significantly more dense. So you actually have more aero drag. And on top of that, you're running the heater. On top of that, you're no longer running your heat pump. Your heat pump is still running, but it's also going to run a resistance element inside the heater because minus 22 Fahrenheit is too cold for any heat pump to function. No heat pump functions correctly at minus 22. Down to about 0, -5, a really good quality heat pump will still work. Yeah, no shit. So anyway, back to the dealership because Lightspeed asked what happened. Hey, my Leaf will take a whole shot from almost any car out there. You have to be driving a pretty nice sports car to beat me in a whole shot, because that instant torque is just unbelievable, even in a piece of shit like a Leaf. Let me tell you, the looks I've gotten from big baller pickup trucks when I blow their socks off through the light, oh, they get mad. Like, how the fuck did that piece of shit do that? So the dealer then drops a bombshell on me and says, okay, we don't see anything wrong on the computer and we don't see anything wrong on console. In order to do further diagnostics, we have to drop the battery from the car. They have to do this. They have to remove the battery from the car in order to do further testing. I think that's bullshit. I think they just don't want to eat the warranty replacement of the battery. And so I was like, okay, what's the problem? I'm sorry. He said, however, if the technician determines the battery is dangerous, he does not have to reinstall the battery. That was the threat. So if I pay $700, non-refundable, and they drop that battery, and they determine the battery is unsafe to reinstall, I am now stuck with 2, half-ton, multi-ton paperweights that I have to figure out how to tow home. And I'm out a car. Because I sure as hell can't reinstall the battery myself. And so, I realized they were threatening me. They were threatening to brick my car in order to make me go away. And I was like, what would... Yeah, no shit, right? So what would keep you from being able to reinstall the battery safely? That's what I asked him. And he says, oh, we see indications of possible rodent damage. Okay, that's full of shit. But you know something? I called their bluff. I was like, okay, write me up for a brand new battery right now. I'll pay for it. And he looked at me, and I was like, insurance will cover rodent damage. I have full comprehensive coverage on my car. I already called the insurance company while I was waiting for them to, come back. And my insurance company said, yes, we'll cover rodent damage. And I was like, write me up an invoice for a brand new battery. I was like, I want that 40 kilowatt battery, not another 30. And I was like, just make sure the invoice says rodent damage and my car insurance will cover it. They refused. They wouldn't do it. Now that tells me the rodent damage claim was bullshit. And that when I called their bluff and said, okay, write me up for a new battery and my insurance will cover it, now they don't want to do it because they know they're full of shit. And if they put rodent damage on the invoice and the car insurance company actually checks, they could be on the hook for insurance fraud. Which is why they don't want to give me an invoice that says rodent damage. But they're using the rodent damage to threaten me with a disabled car. It's total bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. And I mean, I love my Leaf. I profess my Leaf to everybody and everyone. It is a good car. Okay? It's just bad luck. The likelihood of having cells go bad in a car, it happens. It happens. Sometimes you just get a couple of bad cells. It's not supposed to be that big a deal. They don't even have to replace the entire battery. They can actually replace the individual bad cells, which is probably what they would do. And they'll match them. They'll actually, get used cells to grade them to match the cells in your car. Because if you don't match them, you'll have the voltage undervolt issue. And I've heard people who have had that done and it works fine. But for some reason, the dealership doesn't want to do it. I don't know for sure, but my guess is the dealership has to eat part of warranty replacements. Like they probably have to eat the labor, maybe. I don't know. Like, Nissan will cover the parts and the dealer has to cover the cells. 2016. So the car is only 6 years old. It's not old. It only has 46,000 miles on it. Because once I moved out here, I just wasn't driving as much anymore. I don't drive as much out here. And the car should last a very long time because I live up in the mountains, so I don't get like the Phoenix heat that destroys these batteries. You know, it stays pretty cool up here in the mountains. We don't get the, you know, the 120-degree blasting heat like they do in Arizona and stuff like that. And you know, the only place better for this car would be like the Pacific Northwest. That's the only place that would be better. So I just got bad luck. I got a couple of bad cells, okay? I just want them to fix the car. That's all. You know, I love my goddamn car. You know, my 2012, I put 65,000 miles on that car. The only reason I'm not still driving that car is because some lady rear-ended me at a red light and they totaled the car. You know, I went out and bought this car before the insurance even cut me a check because I didn't want to go a week without my Leaf. I love my car. You know, I mean, shit. I come home and I sit out in the car and just listen to the radio. You know, I listen to an audiobook for a couple of hours because the car is just so comfortable. And it's got that Bose sound system in it because I got the SV Plus. And the audio on that thing is just amazing. Oh my God, it's good. It's so good. And, you know, I could sit out there for 2 hours with the air conditioner running and I'll drain the battery 1%. It's so efficient. And, but I can't just, now the solution would normally be go to a different dealer. The problem is I can't. There are no other dealers. There's only one. So, I mean, oh, we get to 100 here, but it's pretty rare, and it's usually only for like an hour or so during midday. You know, like right now it's 88 degrees outside. You know, in the sun it's in the sunlight it's 92 degrees. So, you know, up at the top of the carport where the sun's blasting it, it's 92. In the shade, it's 88. So it really, like, I'm not roasting the battery. I just have a couple of bad cells, you know. I know enough about batteries. I've built enough battery packs to know what's wrong. And so a couple of these little cells here, a couple of these cells inside the battery have gone bad. 1, 2, or 3 of them have gone bad. I finally found my OBD2 dongle so I could plug Leaf Spy into the car. So the next time I get down below like 10%, you know, 20%, I should actually be able to tell them which cells are bad. But the problem is they won't declare something wrong unless their computer system says something's wrong. I think they're just blowing smoke up my ass because they don't want to eat the warranty replacement. That's what I think is happening. And the problem is, what can I do about it? I can't afford a lawyer to sue them. I can't afford to pay $700 to drop the battery and risk them declaring it unsafe to reinstall because now I'll have to call AAA to tow the car home, come back with my pickup truck to grab the battery and bring it home, you know, and then I'll have no car. You know, I mean, just so that's why I took it as a threat when they said that, and I think that's the way they intended it. They wanted to warn me off of pursuing the matter. We don't have ombudsman here. We don't have anything like that. I know what you mean. I know what the word ombudsman means, but we don't have anything like that. The closest we have to that is the state's attorneys general and the Better Business Bureau. Well, I did. I contacted the company. They're going to have one of their regional techs contact me. I gave them the full details. I'm waiting to hear back from them now. I contacted them over the holiday, so of course I don't expect it back right away. Well, I would prefer not to go the route, but I will go that route if I have to. Anything yet? No, nothing from them yet. No, it won't harm the rest of the battery because the car is doing its job. The BMS is doing its job. It's cutting out those bad cells when they undervolt, and when the entire pack undervolts because those cells are now cut off, it cuts off the entire battery pack. So the BMS is doing its job. It's protecting the battery. The problem is that strands me on the side of the road. So I basically can't go above 80% throttle. Oh, it's right outside. I still drive it every day, but I can only go 45 miles. Now, the car says I can go 90, but I can only go 45. See, what happens is when a cell goes bad, it doesn't turn off. What happens is the cell loses power faster than the rest of the cells do. So think of this as all the cells in the battery. As you discharge, all the cells get discharged at an even rate. When you recharge, they all get recharged at an even rate. Now, something people don't realize, one of the reasons the car really slows down charging when you get close to full is that, number one, it's difficult to tell exactly when a lithium battery is full. So you have to slow down so you don't accidentally overcharge, which damages the battery. Also, about 3 hours after the car is plugged in, it begins a process called cell balancing. That's where it moves voltage around between the cells until they're all about the same voltage. And that's what you want. You want all the cells to be about the same voltage. So that's why it's good to plug the car in overnight, because it'll do the balancing and keep the battery healthy. Well, the problem what's happening is I'm discharging the battery driving the car, and then what happens is one or more cells does this and drops in voltage faster than the rest of the cells. When it hits a critical point, the BMS goes, uh-oh, that battery cell is too low in power, and it cuts off usage to that battery. The problem is now, instead of having 400 volts, now I only have, 390 volts, because I just took away one of the batteries. I don't know how many it is. I'm just giving numbers for descriptive purposes. You take away enough voltage, and the entire pack voltage becomes too low based on the draw and demand I'm applying to the battery. And so to protect itself, because as we know, lithium-ion batteries get very excitable when you abuse them. They get downright explosive when you abuse them. So the BMS is doing its job. It's cutting out the battery. It's saying, whoop, you went beyond the limits. I am now turning off the entire battery, and my car turns off, and I pull over to the side of the road. And now the car won't turn back on again. The car lights up because the 12-volt battery is providing power for that. But the traction pack has been disconnected. Now, once I plug the car in, well, then it comes back again. That's another reason to want to do something like this, because then if this ever happens when I'm away from home, I could just plug the car in with that, let it charge for 20 or 30 minutes, and that'll usually be enough to bring the batteries back within threshold, and then I could turn the car back on and drive home. And not have to fucking call AAA to tow me home. I have my regular charger is 3.3 kilowatt hours. I do have a 6.6 kilowatt hour charger, and the car is capable of accepting a 6.6 kilowatt hour charge, but I don't need it. So I don't have any reason to spend the money to buy 50 amp copper to handle that. Now, I don't blame the car. The car is not a bad car. It is a very good car. I love my Leaf. It's just bad luck. I got a couple of bad cells. It shouldn't be an issue. The dealer is making it an issue for some reason. It probably doesn't help that it's not the dealer I bought the car from. That probably doesn't help. Oh, and let's not forget I got ripped off buying the car. Yeah, the dealer ripped me off when I bought the car. So my first Leaf, my 2012 Leaf, I bought that with like 6,000 miles on it, basically new. I bought it from O'Neill Nissan in Pennsylvania. Wonderful experience. Of course, they tried to sell me on their own, lease, their own in-house lending because, interest, they make money off of that. But great experience. Nobody tried to bullshit me. No dicking around. It It was all cool and kosher. I really didn't care what their terms were for the loan because 2 months later, I refinanced with my credit union. So I really didn't care what their terms were. I was like, just get it done. And but very good experience. Anytime I went into the dealership for a problem with the car, for example, the weather stripping on the door tore and the window was starting to do a little shimmy shimmy when it went up and down, they took care of both. They replaced the trim and they repaired the window actuator so the window would go up and down properly. I never had a problem with the dealership. There was a recall thing on it, went in, they took care of it, no problem. I never had a problem with them. The OBC failed on the car, like 600 miles before the warranty was about to expire. Yeah, that's an $1,800 part. Very rare for that part to fail. It's just a fluke. Shit happens. No problem. Repaired under warranty. They fixed it in 2 days. They ordered the part and then told me to come on in. Because I had to drive the car straight to the dealership because I couldn't charge it. So I can only drive it for whatever range was in the battery. The OBC is the onboard charger. The little electric thing that you plug into the car, that's not the charger. That's electric vehicle supply equipment, EVSE. All that is a power supply. The charger is actually built into the car. It's called the OBC, onboard charger. That failed. They replaced it. No problem. They took care of it. Well, then when I got my 2016 Leaf, I didn't buy it from O'Neill. That was a mistake. I bought it from a dealership in Philadelphia because I did not want black or silver. I wanted anything but black or silver. And they were the only dealership that had a newer Leaf because I wanted the 30 kilowatt battery and the heat pump. They were the only dealership that had a non-black or silver Leaf. So they had a blue one. And, they ripped me off. They told me the car was an SL. I should have done a little more research. The trim packages for the Leaf are a little weird. You have S, SV, SV Plus, and then SL, which is the top of the line trim. And then you have variations of them. You can mix them. Like the SV Plus is basically a mix of SV and SL. Well, they lied to me and told me the car was an SL trim. Now, the first thing I asked them was, okay, where's the leather seats? Oh, that's an option. Now, I should have known better. I was pretty sure leather seats were not an option. That was a standard feature on SL trim. But I didn't care because I prefer cloth seats. I don't like leather seats. I much prefer cloth seats. And I was like, okay, where's the LED headlights? Because, the SL should come with LED headlights. And this one had incandescent headlights. And they said, oh, that's an option. And I believe them because it was, for example, on my SV, my 2012, it was an option. And so I accepted that. So when we were negotiating the price, their price was a little, let's see, what was it? Optimistic. And so I negotiated, down to book value for the car. And because they wanted to get rid of it, but they wanted a lot more out of it. They accepted it as a return and trade-in from a lady who decided she needed a bigger vehicle. That's how I got such a nice car with such low miles. Actually, no, my 2012 had 4,000 miles. The 2016 had like 1,400 miles. Like literally, it was a brand new car. A year and a half old, brand new. 1,400 miles on it. The 2012 had 4,000 miles. Well, I ended up paying about $3,000 too much for the car. Well, $2,500 too much for the car because I paid book rate for an SL, and it turned out it was an SV Plus. And the SV Plus was worth about $2,500 less than an SL, which really pissed me off that they ripped me off like that. Now, how do you fall for that? Well, their paperwork said it was an SL. I didn't know it was an SV Plus until I got the title in, and the title had the correct designation. For this, it has to be through the dealer. You can't go through anybody else. Battery issue is dealer only. So they ripped me off on that. And then I found out they ripped me off a little more. They said, oh, yeah, we gave you an extended warranty to 94,000 miles. Yeah, it was a third-party extended warranty, not a Nissan extended warranty. That pissed me off a little bit because I would have paid for a Nissan extended warranty. I didn't realize it was a third-party warranty. But, so very bad experience with that dealership. You know, they scammed me, and and I bought it. See, the problem is the Leafs are not badged. You say, how do you fall for that? Just look at the car. There's no badge on the car. The Nissan Leaf does not get badged for its trim package. So like my Nissan Quest, it says SE on the back, special edition. The 2004 SE has the skylights and all the red leather seats and everything. It's real nice. But the Nissan Leafs are not badged. They all just say Leaf. There's no S or SL or SV on the car. So the only way you know the actual trim package is either okay, and that's their job. I didn't fully understand what the differences were. And on the title, of course, we'll have the correct trim package. And so they lied to me. And they got an extra $2,500 out of me. Fucking assholes. Why can't people just be honest? Why do you have to lie? Why do you have to cheat people? Just... Yeah, I know, it's just greed, but... I think they got soaked on that car because they accepted it as a return from the lady and put her in a different vehicle. They put her in an SUV. So they took a bath on that car, and they wanted to get rid of it without taking a loss. And that required them to rip me off a little bit in order to avoid taking a loss on the car. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So if my dream would be getting a 40 kilowatt battery. Oh my God. O'Neill didn't lie. The people at O'Neill were straight with me. They gave me straight answers to every question I asked. They didn't try to beat around the bush or do anything nasty like that. Okay, you buy a brand new car, right? Then 6 months later, a year later, you say, I don't want the car. Well, that car is worth a lot less right now. Apparently, they gave her credit for turning back in the Leaf and put her in a new... Hey, I'm live. What's up? That's okay. Real quick. What's up? Yeah. Yeah. It's it's just glass fibers and they're irritating you. That's all it is. An easy way to get it out that might help you a lot. Okay, it's not going to make the irritation go away. You're done. Too late. The irritation's there. You're going to have to deal with it. But if there's any more glass fibers in there, clear packing tape. Just start laying clear packing tape down your arm and then peel it off. And that'll grab the glass fibers and pull them out. The glass fibers are probably already gone. You're just irritated now. Okay. Then use the tape. Start peeling tape off. Peel it off. And you also well, you don't want to shave because then you'll cut the glass fibers too. Then you'll have little pieces stuck in you because it's gonna pull your hair too. Um. Okay. Well, if it hurts too much, put the tape on your pants first and peel it off your pants. That'll reduce the stickiness enough that it won't hurt so much on your arm. Okay. Well, use the tape, pull the glass fibers out, and then Benadryl. Yeah, to help with the irritation and itching. Or not Benadryl. Calamine lotion, the pinkish beige lotion you rub on your arm. Okay. Well, then just try the tape and start trying to get it out. And next time, wear a bunny suit when dealing with that shit. It ain't worth it. You need a full respirator and a bunny suit. And then you also want an air tank. Remember those little 15-gallon air tanks that we had to, you'd fill it up with a pump, then you could take it to the car. You're going to go get one of those. You can usually get them used for 15, 20 bucks. Okay. And you fill it up with your car. Then you get an air nozzle and you have your buddy blow you down before you take off your respirator and bunny suit. Because otherwise you just get it all in your face when you pull off your mask. Yeah. So you didn't have the suit on when you did that. Yep. Nope. Always keep the bunny suit on when fucking with fiberglass because it can be nasty. It's not dangerous. It's not going to hurt you. It's just glass. So it's... that's possible. That is possible. But that's not the glass hurting you. That's an infection hurting you. It's not poisonous. It's not like mercury or lead or anything like that. It's just glass. It's literally needles penetrating your skin. All right, so clear packing tape. You start peeling it off. If you know the direction it's going, that'll help. It'll make it easier because you peel it off the right way. This way you're not snapping fibers off and leaving the trails in your body. But yeah, clear packing tape. Just keep doing that until you get most of it out. All right? You got it. Bye. I just got a text from the missionaries too, from the Mormon, and they say they got a whole bunch of people who want to come. So that's awesome. To the community cleanup on Saturday. So super excited about that. No, forget about it, James. These batteries are unobtainium. They get snatched up like that. There's a company, I can pay them $10,000 and they'll put a 40 kilowatt battery in the car. I could pay them $13,000 and they'll put a 60 kilowatt battery in my car. Yes, the 62 kilowatt Leaf battery fits in my Leaf, but it's $13,000. Actually, it's $15,000 because I'm going to have to pay a shipper to ship the car to Portland, Oregon, pay the 13 grand to put the battery in, and then pay a shipper to ship the car back. Although I think there's one in Arizona, and I might be able to pay the shipper one time for that, ship the car to them, and then drive the car back, because with the new battery, it'll have much longer range, 260 miles. Oh, but I only got 13 grand. And there's a waiting list like 6 months long because the batteries are unobtainium. They're hard to come by. So, yeah, I would love it. The other nice thing is that I get to keep my old battery and I can use it as a power supply for the house. Yeah. But not too many interesting prints lately except for my F-bombs. I'm making little F-bomb trinkets. So they're little bombs with an F in it. So F-bomb. I know it's geeky. But there it is. Little F-bomb. That's vase mode printed. And it's got a built-in hole to thread eye bolt into, and it threads in perfectly, real nice. It's not coming out. And so keychain, ornament, whatever you want. And what's also cool is that it's aerodynamically stable once you install the eye bolt, so you can chuck it. But O'Neill treated me right. I have zero complaints. They never tried to blow smoke up my ass. I never got any indication they were screwing with me. And I guess it just depends on what dealer you're going to. Michelle's a pain in the ass, and we're turning the cats into soup tonight. No, cats are doing good. Still have a problem with Ender stealing Noel's food.
Actually,
Yeah, I keep empty water bottles next to me here. I try to keep several of them because it's light enough not to hurt them, but it's enough to spook them. So when I look down and I see him going after Noel's food, I'll watch him jump 2 feet in the air and take off. So I tend to keep these bottles handy so I can. I've gotten pretty good at it. My aim has gotten to the point where I know just how to throw it. Oh, I can hear the bottle resonating from my voice. That's freaky. But I've gotten just good enough where I can just go whoop, and boop them right in the head from here.
yeah, it looks to me perfect. You're on your own, man. That's your father.
They're good cats, though. They're such good cats. Yeah, we can have a cat burger or a meow burger. Some meow stew. Yes, they better hear me. Little freaking demons.
Yeah, but they're
But this is something I'd like to try to play with. Even with a good battery, this would be something pretty cool to have to extend my range. Just because it's a neat idea. But the problem is I don't have the money to buy one of these. Eventually, maybe. I do eventually want to get, one larger battery like this just to experiment with putting parts of the house off grid. Like this one battery would be enough to put all my lighting off grid. I was thinking about running a power line down the center of the house and then running all the ceiling fans and lights off of a battery and solar panels. And just so I can convert. The name of the company, let's find out. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's 18,000 for the 62 kilowatt, 13,000 for the 40. Oh, wait a minute. Here, 2013. Oh, 16, 17. So 10 grand for the 40 kilowatt, 15.5 for the 62 kilowatt. Now you see, I just don't see this being worth it. Dropping $15,000 into a car that no longer has a warranty. What happens if another component of the car fails? Now you've got a paperweight with a $15,000 upgraded battery in it. That doesn't seem like a smart idea to me. So it's this one here. It's evridesllc.com. It should give you right here. Should give 230 to 240 miles range, but remember, you're still going to have the same degradation of a Leaf battery. So in 4 or 5 years, that's going to be 180 miles. It's not a matter of what else can go wrong. It's a matter of if something does go wrong, I can't afford to fix it. If the heat pump fails, I can't afford to fix it. If the OBC fails, I can't afford to fix it. The failure likelihood of those components is low, but not zero. Yeah, but I can't get $15,000 for it. I can get junk value for it. Well, no, the problem is that has nothing to do with the Green New Deal. The problem is electric cars are not standardized. Electric cars are basically all custom handmade vehicles. So if you need a major component replacement, you have to go to the dealer for it. The car, you got to remember, gasoline cars had 120 years to standardize, such that I can now walk into an AutoZone and say, give me brakes for my 2004 Nissan or my 2002 Dodge. Give me an alternator for my 2016 Soul. Okay? I can do that. You can't do that with an electric car yet. They're not standardized yet. They're brand fucking new. Okay? So they're still trying new things. That's why you don't upgrade an electric car. You buy a new one. Because the new one's going to have so much more than yours did, because the technology is advancing so rapidly that each one is new. Remember, I should not have an electric car. I can't afford an electric car. There's no way I can afford an electric car. My ability to have that Nissan Leaf was a quirk of the universe. It was nobody making my income can afford that car. Okay? The only reason I could get that car was because I was spending $500 a month in gasoline and work was paying for most of it. Because I got mileage. So in that weird quirk scenario of using so much gas, remember, I was driving 130 miles a day delivering pizza, and my round trip commute to our family business was 110 miles just for the there and back. That didn't include any driving about. All right, I would regularly drive 200 miles a day when I was working at the business, because 55 miles to get there, whatever mileage I did, going to Home Depot or whatever, and then 55 miles to drive home. Doing 150 miles in a day was not unheard of. So I was regularly averaging 100 to 150 miles a day. When you're driving that many miles, gasoline becomes a substantial portion of your budget. And because of that quirk situation of me needing to drive that many miles, the Leaf was actually cheaper. That car cost me nothing. It cost me nothing. $0. Because it saved me $120 a month. I was spending $500 to $550 a month in gasoline plus maintenance. Don't forget the maintenance. Oil changes, brake replacements, fluid changes, alternator replacements, all the different things that go wrong in a car when you're putting, 60,000 miles a year on it. Or 30,000 miles a year on it. The electric car, my loan payment was $335 a month. My insurance went up $70 a month, not counting the premium for delivering pizza. So, by having to have full comprehensive collision, my insurance became $70 a month more expensive. Well, 70 plus $335 is $405. On average, I was spending $520 a month in gas. That means buying the electric car actually put $115 extra back into my pocket. Now, it didn't go back into my pocket directly. I just did not have to withdraw that money from the store anymore to pay for gas. Now, instead of needing, $60 for gas, now I just needed $3 for the bridge toll. So now the business wasn't struggling so hard paying for my gasoline to go back and forth to work. Because I couldn't afford to drive that kind of a commute unless the business paid for the gas. So in my very unique, niche, weird situation, the electric car worked. On top of that, no maintenance. In the 65,000 miles that I put on my first Leaf and the 46,000 miles that I put on this Leaf, zero maintenance. None. Not even a little bit. The only thing I've ever had to do on these cars was tires, wipers, and washer fluid. And those are consumables. Well, literally, my if I were working a normal job at the same income level as I was back in Pennsylvania, I could not afford that car. There's no way. Where is a person making 20 grand a year going to get $400 a month for a car payment? They're not. They can't afford. I can't afford that. It's only because I was able to replace the gas bill with a cheaper loan bill that the car made sense. So I basically got to drive around in a brand spanking new car for nothing. And also I get my favorite pastime in the whole world. Driving by gas stations and flipping them the bird. Let me tell you, I very much enjoy doing that. Especially now with people paying $5 a gallon for gas again, because that's what gas was when I bought the 2012, was $5 a gallon. It's a lot. I was burning gas, 3 tanks, 4 tanks of gas a week. 80 gallons a week sometimes. Not always that high, but I was burning upwards of 80 gallons of gas a week. That adds up. That adds up fast. Now, the Geo Metro got 62 miles per gallon, and I could drive the Geo Metro to Egg Harbor City and back because I only had to get in and out of the car 4 times. Get in the car, drive to work, get out of the car. Get in the car, drive home, get out of the car. But when I started delivering pizza, now I had to get in and out of the car 50 times a day. I averaged 25 deliveries a day plus the commute back and forth to work. So I was getting in and out of the car a minimum of 50 times per day. I'm 400 pounds and I'm 6'4", and I was climbing in and out of a Geo fucking Metro 50 times a day. It was destroying my knees and my back. I couldn't handle it. So I had to start driving the minivan, delivering pizza. I just couldn't handle getting in and out of a Geo Metro, delivering pizza. And the reason the Leaf works is because the seats in the Leaf are almost as tall as the seats in the minivan. Even though it's a car, you sit high up because the battery pack is underneath you, which pushes your seats up. So the driver height, your butt height in a Nissan Leaf is much higher than a regular sedan of its size. So I was able to deal with getting in. It was a little harder than a minivan. The minivan was easier, but it was nowhere near as bad as the Geo Metro. And that electric car changed my life. And it's saving my ass now. I only do my driving around town here, go to the post office, go to the store, go to Walmart, go to Kroger's, drive down to Moriarty to go to the hardware store, stuff like that, drive into town to go to the movies. I don't need to use any gas. And it only costs me $2.50 to charge the car. And I only have to charge the car once a week. So now I'm spending $10 a month to drive. What are you spending to drive? It's nice. It's really nice. So I don't want to be without my electric car because I can never replace it. I could sell that car right now for $15,000. For whatever stupid reason, places like CarMax and Carvana are willing to give me $14,800 for that car. I can't. $15,000 is not enough for me to get rid of that car. Because without that car, not only am I now spending gas to drive the Reaper, but now I'm going to be having wear and tear and maintenance on the Reaper. I am projecting I can get 10 years out of my Reaper, but that's using it as a secondary car with the Leaf as the primary car, meaning I only drive the Reaper when I can't drive the Leaf. If I start using the Reaper full time, I'm not going to get 10 years out of it without a major repair. So I have to factor that in too. So I'm really hoping Nissan will do the right thing and fix this car. I really hope they replace the battery and put a 40 kilowatt battery in there because that would change my life. 40 kilowatt hours would change my life. That's 150 to 160 miles of range. Yeah, I can go almost anywhere. Santa Fe and back, no problem. Las Cruces and back, no problem. Taylor Ranch and back, no problem. All of these destinations that are currently outside of my reach would be within my reach. Bernalillo and back, no problem. Corrales and back, no problem. All of that would be within my reach. Hell, with that kind of range, I could go down to Santa Rosa. It's 80 miles, but I think there's places to charge there. Even if it's a slow charge, I would only need like 2 hours of charging to be able to make it back. So yeah, a 40 kilowatt hour battery would change my life. It wouldn't change my life. I mean, let's be realistic. It wouldn't be that big of a change, but it would definitely be a very nice, affordable convenience improvement. The pleasantry of my life would be greatly improved. I would basically never have to drive the Soul Reaper. I would have to drive the Reaper once a month to keep it from rotting. I would have to drive it around the corner just to keep the battery charged, to keep everything lubed up. I would take it on a small trip just to keep it from wearing out. Because letting a car sit is also bad for the car. It's not good for the car. Yeah, just drive it around once in a while to keep it from rotting. Keep all the plastics and rubbers lubricated and exercised so they don't crack. People don't realize how important that is. Oh, I found this barn car with no miles on it. It's been sitting for 20 years. Then you got to put $5,000 replacing every piece of plastic and rubber on the car. You just got to make sure you drive it for at least 30 minutes. That's the trick. Oh, yeah, don't let it sit on grass. Definitely don't let it sit on grass. And then you also have to watch out for rodents because they like to eat the wires in the car. You got to drive it for at least 30 minutes. You got to let every component in the car come up to full operating temperature. Make sure you blow out all the moisture in the exhaust. Make sure all the water gets evaporated from inside the oil in the engine. And that doesn't happen until the car sits at full operating temperature for like 10 minutes. And it takes 20 minutes for your car to get the full operating temperature. Your coolant gets to full temperature pretty quick, but everything else in the car takes time to heat up, warm up, and get to full operating temperature. So you got to drive it for at least 30 minutes. Doesn't have to be highway miles, although that helps. Just got to drive it for 30 minutes. You got to run that car for 30 minutes once a month. Don't idle it. That's bad for it too. You got to drive it anyway. You got to go to the grocery store. You got to go to the store at least once a month. So that's not a problem. But yeah, I just got to figure out how to get one of these. If I can figure out how to get one of these, I can start experimenting with different range extension methods. I wouldn't even need this for 1 or 2 batteries. I could just stick the battery in the trunk. And I don't have to worry about outgassing since I always keep the windows cracked in the car because of the heat. Good. Get a solar charger to put on the car too. A solar trickle charger to keep the battery topped up. Get a decent one though, not one of the Harbor Freight ones. They don't do shit. You want at least a 5-watt panel. 10-watt would be even better. But yeah, El Super is uh 35 miles one way. So the round trip would be 70 miles. So with the car in its current state, I can't do that. With the battery repaired, I could do that. I can, if I go straight there and back and I don't deviate, I can do that because remember, even if the car can go 90 miles, I'm gonna get a little bit less than that because I gotta climb back up the mountain, but I'll easily get 80. So, but as you can see, that's not even all the way to the west side that's just barely to the west end of Albuquerque. If I want to go to Rio Rancho, Corrales, Bernalillo, Taylor Ranch, South Valley, This is Bosque Farms. I think this is this is Belen. Las Cruces is farther down, isn't it? I think it's further down. Yeah. But like my range would go to here if I got the 40 kilowatt battery. Lick my balls is back. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. How does he get back in? I mean, I'm deleting him from the channel. So how's he getting back in? But he's getting back in with the same name. How is he getting in with the same name? Unless there's a difference between username and display name. So it's a different username but the same display name. So like this isn't the username. But like right now, with a properly functioning car. With an improperly functioning car, my limit's about here. Right here is about as far as I can go. That's 23.5 miles or something like that. That's about as far as I can go and have any chance of making it back home. With a properly functioning battery, I can hit all of Albuquerque in the summertime, and I can get to about I-25 in the wintertime. With a 40 kilowatt battery, I can go out to here, I can go down to here, I can go up to here, I can go to Santa Fe and back. You know, I can go up here to Santa Fe and back, no problem. So yeah, having a 40 kilowatt battery would be a dream. And the nice thing is, with a 40 kilowatt battery, even after 4 or 5 years of degradation, I'd still be able to go 100 miles, which means I would still be able to cover all of Albuquerque. So I'd be good to go for the next 10 or 12 years, no problem. Assuming nothing else on the car broke. Yeah, I can dream about a 60 kilowatt hour battery, but that's just a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream. Never gonna happen. But yeah, there would be the 10 kilowatt trailer. And that would probably be large enough to eventually go 20 kilowatts. Just keep adding batteries until I got to 8 batteries. You know, 4S2P. And then I would have 4P2S. No, 4S2P. Yeah, it'd be 4S2P. That would give me 20 kilowatts of power. Yeah. But what are you gonna do? At that point, it'd be worth upgrading the solar controller for 7 kilowatts. Because at 7 kilowatts, I could use my 6.6 kilowatt hour charger. And I'd be able to charge a lot faster when I came to a stop. A whole lot faster. And I would never have to plug this in. When I get home, all I'd have to do is extend the second panel out, and it'll just charge up all day while sitting in the driveway. Even with the car under the carport, the the trailer would still be sticking out in the sun. So the trailer would still be getting sunlight, and it would be charging all day, whether the car's driving or not. Now, of course, when the car's driving, this second panel has to be, folded in. So you're only going to get half the charge, 400 watts instead of 800 watts. But still, that's still 3 kilowatts a day into the battery. With a 10 kilowatt battery, that means after 3 days, it'll fully recharge itself. And if I do it right, I could probably have a couple of solar panels sitting next to the carport and plug those solar panels into this when I park. And now I can let the trickle charger charge the car without having to plug the car in. Just plug in this thing, and I'll have a 10 kilowatt buffer with this battery on there. And I could probably set up a photovoltaic sensor and an Arduino or something like that to stop charging when the sun went down. This way I wouldn't be cycling that battery so much. Just don't charge at night. Who cares? And then when the sun comes back up, resume charging. And the battery would act as a buffer, so if there's cloud cover or something like that, it wouldn't be a big deal. And I would basically never have to plug the car in ever again. And if I really wanted to go baller with it, if I really wanted to go nuts, mount one of those bad boys to the roof of the car. So now I would have 800 watts of charging at all times, because this panel and this panel would be charging. And I would have 1.2 kilowatts of charging when I came to a stop somewhere. And if I really wanted to go nuts, I could have a second panel underneath this panel. And when I came to a stop, pull that panel out, then pull this panel out and have it come down to 2 hard points on the hood. And now I'll have 4 panels powering the car while fitting inside of a regular parking space. And it'll block sunlight from coming in through the window of the car. So the car will stay cooler. And now I'll have almost 2 kilowatts charging the car. Well, not charging the car, charging the battery, and then that battery would be charging the car. But that would actually be enough solar panels that the sun would be charging the battery faster than the battery is charging the car. So even though I would still only be charging, at 1.6 kilowatt hours, so 6 or 7 miles per hour, that'll be faster than the depletion rate of the battery. But yeah, that theoretically could work. Oh boy, that could theoretically work. You could even go crazier and have another one come out the back if you want, but no thank you. But theoretically that could work. And that would still be the whole arrangement would still be short enough that I could park in a normal parking space. And because that's a single wheel trailer on a caster, I wouldn't have to worry about, backing a trailer into a parking space or anything like that. Just park like you normally park. Because remember, this trailer would be attached to the car by 2 points. So the trailer itself would never move. The trailer would be fixed to the car. And the wheel would just swivel. Okay. So yeah, that in theory would be very interesting. I mean, that would actually be pretty damn cool. It's just a matter of money. Just a matter of money. Because this arrangement here, I mean, you're looking at $6,000. Yeah, about $6,000 to do this. But that's the 10 kilowatt battery pack. That's the big MPPT controller, 48 volt, 4 solar panels, building the trailer, the mounts to mount this to the roof without damaging anything. So, because this would have to be very securely mounted. But yeah, that's pretty cool. That would be neat as shit. Now the cool thing is this 4 panel array. I could do that with just a $700 battery. Just one of those batteries for $750 and just not have the trailer, what I could do is just have the cargo rack sticking out of the back of the car and mount the solar panel on the cargo rack, and then mount, forget these slide out panels. Just have one mounted to the cargo rack and one mounted to the roof of the car. And that would give me, well, 400 watt panels, figure you're going to get 300 watts out of them realistically. So call that 600 watts. And the only time that would be annoying is when I went to open the hatch, because now the solar panel will be in the way opening the hatch. But there's ways around that. I can have a hydraulic on the solar panel and, lift it up so I can access the hatch easier. There's ways around that. Yeah. I mean, there are other ways I can go about it. Depending on the size of the panels, I could have the panels on the roof this way, and then just leave them both exposed on the roof of the car. They would stick out over the left and right edge a little bit, but not enough to be a problem. Not enough to take me past, the 7-foot limit. But then I could put 2 panels on the roof running all the time. And not only would that give me, 600 to 800 watts of charging capacity, but that would also, I would also provide shade for the car. And if I got real ballsy, I could have it like this. So have 3 panels like that. And then this one, let's see, this one could slide forward like this, tilt down like this. Not what I asked you to do. I could have that one do that. There'd be 2 hard points here where the hinges for the hood are. The 2 pins that would stick up to allow me to mount that. And now I could have, about 1 kilowatt of solar panels. And it would cover the windshield. And if you add the panel onto the little battery trailer, now you have, without the slide out, now you would have 1.2 to 1.6 kilowatt hours of solar charging capacity. In the New Mexico sun, that might be close enough to actually, you wouldn't deplete this battery. Most of the power would come from the solar panels to charge the car while you're in the parking lot, and the batteries would just provide that little bit of extra. So I wouldn't need 4 batteries anymore. I could get away with 1 or 2 and then just run the trickle charger. The reason to run the 4 is to get the 10 kilowatts and to get the ability to use the 3.3 kilowatt hour charger. That's the advantage of 4 batteries. But if I just want a trickle charge, then all I need is 1 battery. Now, of course, 1 battery is only going to give me, 5 miles of range, if that. 3 miles of range. 1 battery is going to be giving me about 3.5 miles of range. 5 if you add the solar panels. But, I don't know. Did I do that right? 200 amp hours times 12. 2.4 kilowatt hours. So 10 miles. That'll get me 10 miles of range. You're going to have losses, but the solar panel will make up for the losses. Even just 1 solar panel. So, $100 solar panel plus a $700 battery, and I can make something work. But right now, I ain't got $800, so that's a pipe dream. Ideas, just interesting ideas. I also want to build a solar still. So I want to use ASA to make slide mounts, since I have plastic and wood's expensive right now. But I want to build a solar still for out back, so that I can just use my regular tap water and convert it into distilled water. And then I would no longer have to buy drinking water anymore. You know, I should be able to generate enough distilled water to offset the drinking water I buy. I need to generate like 20 gallons a month. And, no, I just want to make water. Because right now I got to pay, you know, 30 cents a gallon for water. Or $1 a gallon if I buy it from Walmart. And because the coffee machines need pure water. You know, the tea kettle needs pure water. The cat fountains need pure water. The humidifiers need pure water. You know, the water buffalo needs pure water. I can't use tap water in any of that because, well, it defeats the point because the tap water tastes like shit. Hey, Timothy. But also the it destroys, the hard water destroys those machines. So if I can set up a solar still, I would also like to eventually set up a recirculating tank for my hot water heater. So put a T in the input and a T in the output with a water pump. And circulate my hot water tank through a solar hot water heater. And I would also like to replace the top element in my hot water tank with a 12 volt or 24 volt heating element, so that I can run it off direct solar during the day. It wouldn't matter how hot it ran. Any hot at all would be less hot I have to make. And so a combination of a solar recirculating hot water tank plus a 12 volt heating element would might even allow me to eliminate my need for electricity for hot water for most of the year. Plus, solar hot water is going to have a lot less calcification than the electric water heating would, because the solar water heating would be spread over such a large surface area that you wouldn't have as much calcification. What would be really interesting, I don't even know how possible this is. It would be interesting to set up my house as if my house was on a well. So I actually have a well pump. I got it from Vine for free. So I have a surface well pump. So I actually already have that. What I would need is 2 tanks. You know, probably 2,000 gallon tanks would be enough to do it, maybe. I use about 2,500 gallons a month. And what I would do is I would have 1 tank be filled from my tap. Then I would run the water in that 1 tank through a still and have the still fill the 2nd tank, so that the water that the still made would be soft. It would not be hard water anymore because it would be distilled water. And then so the water pressure from EPCOR would keep the first tank full, and that first tank would fill the still and keep it full. The still would process the water, and I would pump that water, use a solar pump, into the 2nd tank. And then the 2nd tank would have the sump pump, would have the well pump in it. And that 2nd tank would provide the pressurized water for the house. So now all of my water would be clean, soft water, distilled clean, soft water. And yeah, Jesus. If I make 100 square foot still, 10 by 10 foot of glass, get a couple of dining room tables and take the glass off a couple dining room tables, or some sliding doors and take the glass off of them. I would only need 5 or 6 of them to make 100 square feet. That would probably make me, in theory, that could make me 100 gallons a day of distilled water with that much surface area, maybe 50 gallons a day. I don't know. Basically I would need let's see. Let's assume that's 2,500 gallons. That's a lot of water, but let's assume that divided by 30. I would need to make 83 gallons a day. As long as I could have enough stillage to process 83 gallons of water a day, then that system would be enough to keep up with my usage. I would generate enough water to keep up with my usage needs. Boy, that would be cool. That would be really freaking cool. If I could somehow make that work. I probably wouldn't need 2,000 gallon tanks. 2 500 gallon tanks would probably be enough. As long as I steadily produced the water as quickly as I used it, the 500 gallons would just be a buffer. Now, water usage is not consistent. We use more on days when we have, we take showers and do laundry. But just assuming, what's 83 a day? 83 gallons a day. So even 250 gallon tanks might be enough. And then I could have a bypass, so I could if my distillery tank ran out of water, just flip the bypass and bypass the sump tank, and now I'd be running the house on regular tap water again. So it would just be 2 valves, one to turn off the distill tank and one to bypass the distill tank and bring water into the house, let the distill tank fill back up, and then just flip the valves again, and now I'd be running on sump pump again. Boy, that's interesting. Boy, oh boy, that is really, really interesting. And now I can't do this anytime soon because it would cost a lot of money, but if I were to put up a tower, 50 foot, a 50-foot tower, 40, 50 foot, and I could use a solar pump to fill, say, a 60 to 100 gallon tank on the top of that tower, then a 30-foot tower would be enough, welded to the top of a container, because the container is already 10 feet high, so I would only need 30 feet more than that, and that would get me enough head to have water pressure without a pump. And I wouldn't need the electricity to run a pump. I would just need a solar pump to pump the water from the still up to the storage tank. The headspace tank to give me the gravity feed I need for water pressure. Normal water pressure is 20 psi. You can probably get away with 15 psi. How much height for 15 psi water? Both of them are going to react poorly to water exposure, but neither will fail. So, you know, you're going to want the filament to be dry when you're printing it, but once you have the printed part, it doesn't really matter if they get wet. So you'll be fine to let them get wet after that? Looks like it's 2.3. No, that can't be right. No way it's 2.3 psi per foot. That's more like it. Yeah. Actually, 30 feet would be enough to get me 15 psi. So, so 15 divided by 0.433. No. 15 divided by 0.433. So 35 feet. So I would need a 25-foot tower. So if I had someone build me a 25-foot tower welded to the top of my container, and I put a 60 to 100-gallon tank, basically enough for one day's usage. So ideally a 100-gallon tank, which is pretty heavy. 100 gallons is nothing to laugh at. Water is what, 8 pounds a gallon? £8.3. So that's 830 pounds. That's nothing to laugh at. The tower would have to be, I could probably get away with 50. So I would need to be able to hold a 50-gallon tank, a 55-gallon drum, 25 feet up in the air. So that's not too bad. That's feasible. Lick my balls is back. Bye, lick my balls. So 25 feet would be enough to get me 15 psi, which I think would be sufficient. Water pressure would be a little low, but it wouldn't be bad. You'll probably even get away with 10 psi, but I'd rather have 15. And so what I would do is I would have put this over here for now. So what I would do is I would have the container behind the house. And then on top of that container, I would have a tower. Like that. And on top of that tower, I would have a small barrel. Like this. And then down here on the ground, right below it here on the ground, I would have a big tank. And actually, they're actually wrong. And then here I would have 2 tanks on the ground. Like this. And then out here, I would have a rather large still. Facing the sun, which would mean facing that direction. Okay. So a water line, water line would come in from What's it doing? That is so not what I wanted. Yeah, no. Just go away. Clear. How do I exit out of this? Go away. Done. I didn't realize that was going to be that much of a pain in the ass. But anyway, I would have so this would be the house. Those would be the containers. These would be the 2 tanks. That would be the feeder tank. So I would have a water line come in from the ground and feed this tank. So the light tank would be the input tank. The input tank would feed in from the water coming from outside. Then this tank would feed this tank, or the distiller. Then that would feed that tank. And then that would feed from that tank. Like that. And then this tank would feed the house. So it would look kind of like that. So there. This would be the house. All right. So the water input would come in. So this would be the input water from the city, from EPCOR. It's not city water. So my water input would go from city water to the first tank, and that would fill up. This tank would then feed the distiller. The distiller would feed this tank. And then this tank would feed this tank. And then this tank would feed the house. That's basically it. So water comes into this tank, use like a valve, toilet type system. So this would keep, this tank would always stay full. When this tank water pressure went down, it would automatically refill from this tank. Okay. A valve would open up here whenever this needed water. So whenever the water level in here got low, the same type of valve system would keep this full. And the sun would distill the water. That water would drain into a small tank underneath here, which would be pumped into this tank. Okay, so as this generated water, that water would be pumped into here, and then another pump would go from this reserve tank. Good boy! Good boy, Ender. Did you get it? Good boy! That's a good boy, Ender. Good boy! You got that mouse. Such a good boy. No, you leave him alone. He got a mouse. He paid his rent this month. Little bastard trying to take his mouth. This is the 25-foot tower on top of the 10-foot container, which would get me the 35 feet that I need to get 15 psi into the house without the requirement for a pump. Good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. Make sure it's dead, baby. I'll get it from you later and I'll give you a treat. Please don't let it go here. Please don't let it go here. No, leave him alone. No, leave him alone. Noel's trying to take the mouse from him. Good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah. You're a good boy. So yeah, there it is. That's the idea, is to water, fill this tank, floating valve, water from here using the pressure that's already there, floating valve, fill this. Then floating valve, small water pump, solar powered water pump, pump the distilled water from the distiller into the clean tank. So input tank, output tank. So the bulk of my water generated will be stored here, and then my daily need of water would be pumped up to here. This tank would be unpressurized, so there'd be a one-way valve on the top so air can get in, but not out. This way contaminants can't get in. This would use gravity to provide water pressure for the house so that I could have 15 psi water pressure. Ideally, I'd want this to be 100 gallons. I don't know how feasible that is. That's a lot of mass to hold up on a tower. That would have to be a pretty well-built tower. The best solution, actually, probably the cheapest solution now that I think about it. It's more than I can afford, but in the long run, the cheapest solution would be to get another one of these containers. Get a 20-foot container and weld it to the top of this container, but standing on its end. And then just plop a tank on top. I could easily put, a 200-gallon tank up there, no problem. And that would give me 2 days. If something here failed, that would give me like 3 days reserve water. So I would have 3 days. Well, you would make the tank this tank would be black, which would do two things. One, the water would be heated up, and two, the black would keep any mold from growing. The second thing I would do is I would treat the water. So down here at this tank, I would use a bleach solution to treat the water. Like a cup of bleach for 100 gallons would probably be about right. I'll have to look up what the actual volumes are. But you'd put a little bit of bleach in the water. You'll never taste it, but it'll be enough to kill anything that's in there and prevent anything else from growing. because I would become my own water treatment. But the water should be pretty clean since it's tap water coming from Epcor and then it's being distilled at boiling point in the sun. So the water should be pretty clean. I might be able to accelerate this process by using a heating element instead of a solar still. So instead of using a solar still to process and distill the water, instead use a hot plate, a heating element, like a 12-volt heating element that I would run on solar power. Somebody else to lick my balls. Bye-bye. Then this wouldn't have to be very large at all. I could just plop a couple of solar panels up here and have those solar panels run the 12-volt electric heater. And it would simply stop running at night when there was no power. And it would simply resume running the next day when there was power. Then I wouldn't need, 100 square foot of solar distillery. All I would need is a 12-volt heating element and sufficient wattage of solar panels to run it. I could probably then just literally have this thing drip right into this other tank. So I can do this. I could have a cooking unit on a hot plate sitting right there, and then have let's make the tube skinnier. There we go. So Control D, lift it up. There we go. So I could have a heating unit here. Let's make that black as a heating unit. Control D with a small vessel above it. Make that blue water vessel. So I could have a small heating unit. And then on top of here, I could have a solar panel. So this solar panel could power this heating unit, which would boil the water in this tank. And this tank would automatically be kept full with a check valve system from this tank. From this tank. Could actually be by water pressure alone. I wouldn't need a pump at all. I would just need the water pressure and a check valve, kind of like what you have in a toilet. Automatically fill the toilet after you flush it. I could have something like that in here when the pressure gets low enough. When the level gets low enough, it opens up and water floods in from the main tank. And then it reboils it, distills it. Copper coils leading directly into this tank to condense the distilled water back into liquid. That would fill this tank. And then that same solar panel could power a small pump that would pump the water from this tank up to this tank. Now, temporarily, I could just run a sump pump off of this tank. I already have it. I already have the pump. So I could temporarily run this pump to the house with the objective later of getting rid of the electricity required for that pump and the maintenance required for that pump, and instead small solar pump up to a tank mounted up here, so that I can use gravity for water pressure. But in theory, I could either do that. I can either go the hot plate with a tank, copper coils into this tank, solar power to power the hot plate to distill the water. That would give me a very reliable rate of distillation. Very reliable. I can even run something like that on battery power. A single battery. I just have to make sure the battery can handle 1.5 kilowatts. One single battery, a solar panel, charge controller, battery, Would have to program it to turn off after dark. Save the power so that if I used up too much water from this tank, I could run the pump for 1 hour. To top up that tank rapidly. In fact, that battery might even be enough to run the pump all night. If I use a small solar pump, that battery might be enough to run the pump all night. So run both the pump and the hot plate off of this solar panel and a battery. And then at night, have a programmable circuit turn off the hot plate, leaving the battery fully charged, so that the battery could run the pump all night, so that if I used enough water, a tempting target for what? What would it be a target of? I'm pretty sure no one's gonna come, climbing 35 feet in the air to steal my water. I mean, tempting target for what? Oh, we don't have that kind of problem around here. That's not an issue. It really isn't. We don't have that kind of issue around here. And if it was an issue, making that bulletproof wouldn't be that difficult. It really wouldn't be that hard. You wrap that fucker in, 30 layers of fiberglass. Nothing but a rifle round's going to get through it. But not going to be an issue. But this would be power free. So it would be passive. So there'd be no maintenance really or anything like that, very little. But this would be expensive to build. It would also be low volume, and it would be inconsistent volume. So the changes in weather and sunlight would affect how much volume I got out of it. This, on the other hand, would be extremely compact, and I would get unless it was cloudy, like we were getting weather, unless it was snowing, overcast, or cloudy, which is what, 10 days a year tops. Unless it was like we actually had inclement weather, then this system here would be very consistent no matter what time of year it was. Sure, I get less sunlight in the wintertime, but that just means add another solar panel. So basically, I would have to size the solar panel for the winter sun. And then I would overproduce in the summertime, which is fine. And this would give me a very consistent gallons per hour. This would give me a very consistent gallons per hour so that I could adjust my power and capacity to make sure I never ran out of water. But and again, I would have a bypass. So the water going into the house wouldn't actually go there. It would actually go here where the hot water tank is. But I could also just run a split right off of here to the water tank. And I could even do this from inside the house. I actually have a little gadget that you sit it over top of one of those ball valves with a handle on it, and I can activate it from my phone. So if I got an alarm from the tank saying, "Hey, I'm running low on water and I really need to use water now," all I have to do is turn on my phone and go boop, and hit the bypass, and now I'm just on city tap water again. The nice thing about the tower is that it's maintenance free. It's distilled water, so I don't have to worry about calcium deposits. And it'd be a little expensive because I'd have to build a tower. This would need to be stainless steel, or plastic. It would either be a poly tank or a stainless steel tank. Something that's not going to rust or corrode. But once it's there, it's good forever. It'll basically be maintenance free. It'll never require, not in my lifetime, it's not going to require maintenance, but it's expensive. If I were to do the 20 standing on its edge, so if instead of a tower, if I took one of these and did this, so if I did that instead, so basically I welded a 20-foot one of these onto the top of one of these, that would be strong as fuck. It's never going to fall down. Bye, lick my balls. And this would also easily hold 100, 150 gallons without a problem. This will hold 1,000 pounds, no problem. That would increase my gravity feed capacity. But that would increase my hold capacity. It would be permanent. I would never have to worry about. Yeah, you let the fucking mouse go, didn't you? You let the mouse go, and now you gotta chase it again. Damn cat. So obviously the starting solution, the easiest starting solution would be you just want to cheap lick my balls. The cheapest starting solution would be to attempt this with the two 35-gallon tanks I have. I have two 35-gallon tanks. So that means I already got the tanks. So I would set up to the two 35-gallon tanks here. I would use the hot still method to use a solar panel, small battery, hot plate, water, distill into the second 35-gallon tank. So this tank would feed the still. The still would feed the second tank. And then I could actually have that piped into the house to a spigot. Use a small 12-volt pump, and then I would just use this for drinking water. So I'd use that water to feed the water buffaloes, to cook with, to feed the coffee machines, the cat fountains. This would also be enough for me to feed the washing machine. If I Does a washing machine have a pump? I don't think so. It just uses water pressure, doesn't it? So when your washing machine starts adding water to the wash, it's not using a pump. It's just using the 20 psi coming out of your socket. Yeah, I don't hear a pump going. I hear a valve click, and I just hear water. So it's not using a pump. So I would need to provide it with pressure, because it'd be nice to be able to run the washing machine on filtered water. So that, number one, I wouldn't have to use as much soap, because the soap, right now I have to use twice as much soap as normal because of the hard water. Also, the hard water is hard on the washing machine. So I would no longer have to worry about hard water damaging my washing machine. Now, question is, I could probably put a 55-gallon drum, or this 35-gallon tank, I could probably put a 55-gallon barrel just on top of I could probably just put a 55-gallon drum right here. Just put a 55-gallon drum right there. I could probably even build a short, 10-foot tower. That would get me 20 feet off the ground. That would get me almost 10 psi. That would be enough to run the spigot without having to do anything. So it pumps water out, but not in. I can hear the pump going when it pumps it out. You hear the as it's pumping the water out and spinning. I can hear that. And so I could probably have a 55-gallon tank just right here on top of the container. And I could probably build a 10-foot box to, lift that another 5 or 6 feet off the ground, maybe. Head height off the ground, just a little bit taller. Just using cinder blocks. And get that high enough to get me sufficient PSI to run the washing machine. The question is, does the washing machine assume the amount of power coming in, the PSI? So when the washing machine fills, does it fill by volume or by time? So let's say you want 5 gallons of water in the washing machine. Does the washing machine have some way of knowing when it's got 5 gallons? Or does it just know, open the valve for X number of seconds and you should have approximately 5 gallons? I'm thinking it somehow knows how much water is in the basin because it pumps water and then it turns off. And then it adds more, and then it turns off. It turns a couple times, and then it adds more. It's almost like it's sensing, okay, I need more water. And so it's turning on the valve to add more water. So if I were to feed the washing machine, lick my balls, welcome back, goodbye. If I were to feed the washing machine at a lower PSI, is its control circuitry flexible enough to just open the valve longer to get the amount of water it needs? Or will I hit a minimum threshold and it'll turn off? Yeah, big load or small load, but how much water? Does it know how much water it's putting in there? Like, does it have some way of knowing, I don't have enough water, let me add more? Or I do have enough water, let me stop adding more? I don't know. Because I might be able to get enough PSI at 15 feet off the ground. That's more than enough to fill my water jug. So, I mean, even if it's slow, who cares? You know what I mean? Because then I could just put both tanks on top of the container. I could put both tanks up here and then have this distiller unit go from one tank to the other. And all of this could run without the need for actually, I would only need one tank. I don't need 2 tanks. One tank is enough. And then just have the distillery sitting on top of the tank. The water pressure coming in would feed the distiller's tank. And then the distiller would gravity feed through the coils into the storage tank, and the storage tank would gravity feed into the house. Yes, but does it give less water because... Okay, let's say it takes 30 seconds to transfer 5 gallons of water. Okay? And the washing machine needs 5 gallons. So the washing machine turns the valve on for 30 seconds. Now, there's 2 ways it can determine, there's many ways it could determine whether or not it needs more water. It could be mass, so it's weighing mass somehow. It could be wetness. So it goes, okay, there's more clothes in here because it's drier, so I need to add more water. So it simply opens the valve for another 3 seconds to add a little more water. But none of those would require it to actually measure how much water's there. You can get around all that with timers and trickery. Which would mean if I lowered the PSI going into the washer, that would be bad. Because it's like your car. Your car speedometer does not measure the speed of your car. Many people think it measures the speed of the car. It doesn't. Your car has, actually, that's incorrect. Newer cars have GPS, and they actually know how fast they're going. But we're talking a conventional car. A conventional car measures the speed you're going off the transmission. In the transmission, there's a little gear. And that gear connects to the cable going to your speedometer, and that cable is actually spinning. Now, how does it know how fast you're going? Because it knows how many RPM the transmission's going. It knows what the gear reduction of that gear is. Therefore, it knows how fast the gear is spinning. And it knows how big your tires are. So it knows what the circumference of your tire is. So it knows how many revolutions of the tire equals a certain distance. The problem is, if you change the size of the tire, your speedometer and odometer stop working. They're going to report incorrect values because they're not actually measuring the speed of the car. They're measuring how many ticks that gear turns. And how many ticks that gear turns is determined by how big your tire is. And because you change the size of the tire, you change the ticks of the gear. Hey, Fragger. And when you change the ticks of the gear, the odometer reports incorrectly and the speedometer reports incorrectly. So on my 1988 Jeep Cherokee, when I added 31-inch tires and a 4-inch lift, my speedometer was almost exactly 10% off. It was 10.8% off. So I had to take, if I drove 100 miles according to my odometer, I actually drove 110.8 miles. So when I calculate my speed, when I wanted to go 60 miles an hour, I had to go 55. Because 10% more than 55 is 60. So I had to drive 55 to go 60. If I went 60, I was actually going 66 miles an hour, and I get pulled over for speeding. And when I calculated my fuel economy, I had to calculate the difference. Yes, but only at fixed points. Now, it just so happens on the Geo Metro, you could put the brown gear in there when you put the 15-inch tires on the car. But that's only possible because a later version of the car with the same transmission came with 15-inch wheels. So they actually made a specific gear for the 15-inch wheels for that transmission. So it was possible to update. With the Jeep Cherokee, there was no compatible gear I could change that would give me the correct value. So I just had to figure out a multiplication factor. In my case, I just used 10%. So if the odometer said I went 400 miles, I actually went 440 miles. Easy. Well, okay, so it is actually using a timer to figure out how much water to put into the tank. But because it's using a pressure sensor, it can adjust the timer based on the pressure. So that's good. That means it might work. It's not perfect, so it's not actually measuring how much water goes into the tank. What it's actually measuring is how long the valve is open, and it's adjusting how long the valve is open with pressure sensor. That works. That can work. How does it know to add more water? Like, how does it know it wasn't enough and it has to add more? And if I lower the PSI to 10 PSI, is that within the threshold of its ability to calculate? Well, the problem is the GPS speedo isn't going to correct your speedometer or your odometer. So it can actually tell how much water is inside, like how much excess water is in there. Okay, so it might work. It might work. Because that's the big thing. Drinking water is easy. Distill the water. All I need is a valve, and I can fill up my 5-gallon jugs, and then I can just put it in the Buffalo, put it in the coffee machine. That's easy. I would like to be able to feed the washing machine. And eventually, I would like to be able to feed the toilets. Because the toilet drain mechanism, that eventually gets encrusted in calcium. Also, then, when are we going to start what? Oh, we're just about done. We've been going since 10 o'clock this morning. Because the toilets don't use that much water. The toilets only use, I think they're 3-gallon tanks. So if we use the toilets twice per day, that's only 12 gallons per day. The big water usage is the showers. That's the big consumer of water, is showers. And I could deal with having to clean the shower heads once a month with vinegar. Because I get a shower and I'll use 30 gallons. The kitchen sink and the shower is where most of the water goes. I got to find out how much water my washing machine actually uses. But we only do wash once a week. I do wash once every other week. So, she'll run wash one week, I'll wash the next week. So we're basically running 2 loads through the washer each week. And every now and then we'll do 3 or 4 loads when we have to do sheets and blankets and stuff like that. My sheet goes in every other week when I do my wash. I'll pull the sheet off and toss it in with my clothes. But like once every 2 months, I'll pull the liner off the mattress. I'll pull the pillow top off the mattress. And I'll take my blanket and I'll toss that in a wash. That's like once every 2 months. I gotta do some math. I might have a lot of what I need to make a small system. The only thing I would need is a decent solar panel. I would need I would need a pretty decent amount of solar panels. I mean, at least 2. I figure I would need to run at least 500 watts to generate enough heat to boil water. To keep a steady flow going into the tank. The nice thing is I could use both tanks, which means I would have capacity for 70 gallons. So even if it took a week, 70 gallons is more than enough for a week. How much do I need? How much water front load washer? How much water does a front load use? I don't know. It says around 13 gallons. So let's assume 15 gallons just to be safe. So if we're going to assume 15 gallons and we're going to run it twice a week, that's 30. Especially since I always run it on heavy load, so it uses more water. Now, does that include rinse? Let's assume the toilet is used twice a day, but once is just a piss. And I have the dual button toilet, so it flushes less water when I just pee. I defecate once a day, so let's call it 9 gallons a day. That's 18 times 7. That's 126 gallons a week, plus 30 gallons for the washing machine. And then let's call it probably about 5 gallons a week for drinking water. Just for the hell of it, let's call it 10. Why did that do that? What? Something's wrong. 9 times 7. 63 times 2 toilets. 126 gallons. Plus 30 gallons for the... Yeah, and then plus 10 gallons for drinking water. So that's 166 gallons a week. So I would need to divide by 7. My still would have to generate 25, let's call it 25 or 24 gallons a day. If I made 24 gallons a day, that's 168 gallons a week. I've got two 70-gallon tanks, and I have it probably wouldn't be that hard to get one more. Two 35-gallon tanks. I'm sorry, that's 70 gallons total. Yes, I'm on a water meter. I assume you mean is the amount of water I use measured and I pay per gallon? Yes. I'm not worried about the cost of the water. The cost of the water is negligible. I'm worried about being able to build a system to generate that much water. I have my own septic tank, so I don't have a sewer bill. And eventually my septic should last forever because I'm going to be dumping most of my water on the ground instead of into the septic tank. So, for example, I'm going to funnel the water from my shower and my sink, not the toilet, not black water, the gray water from my shower and my sink directly outside to a gravel pit around the tree so I can make that tree grow better. Because right now that tree is stunted by lack of water. So if I can feed that tree water from my shower, then it will it'll reduce wear and tear on my septic while also feeding that tree and making it healthier. Now, in theory, with a still, I can process my gray water back into drinking water. Distilled water is distilled water. As long as it's filtered properly, there's no difference. If I really wanted to get really crazy about it, I could capture my gray water. No, this is not. Well, yes and no. Actually, the gray water is okay for trees and plants as long as they're not citrus. See you later, Steve. Thank you for joining in. You don't want to dump gray water on citrus trees, but on regular trees, gray water is fine. In fact, it's encouraged. Water conservation is encouraged because water is short out here. But capturing the gray water and processing it back into drinking water is possible. Once you have a properly set up still, that's not hard. You run it through a few filters to get things like, debris and bulk soap and crap out of it. And then you just run it through the still. There'd be maintenance, probably once a month or something like that. You'd probably have to clean out the distillery tank. Exactly. I want to, the, I want to set up a still no matter what. The purpose of setting up a still is so I don't have to buy drinking water. I'll be able to make my own drinking water. So right now, what am I paying? $30 for 2,500 gallons. So 30 divided by 2,500. Right now I'm paying 1.2 cents per gallon for water. If I ran my own still, I could produce drinking water for 1.2 cents per gallon. Although the still would cost money, it's a one-time purchase. There's no recurring cost to that. And my ball liquor is back. The drinking water that I buy at the grocery store is 30 cents a gallon, $1 a gallon at Walmart. So I would save some money. Now, once I'm distilling water, once I'm producing distilled water, if I can make enough of it, there are other advantages to having distilled water. I can start using it for appliances in the house. Now, that's not to save money. That's to avoid having to buy a water softener. Because when you distill the water, you also remove the hardness. I could then, if I want to, I could then run a dishwasher, which I can't do right now. You know, I can run it into my washing machine, so I'd have less wear and tear on my washing machine, and it would save me money on soap. So it wouldn't save me money on water, but it would save me money on maintenance on the washing machine. The lifespan would be increased. And it would save me money on soap, because I could use half the amount of soap I'm using now. So soap would last twice as long. And also the clothes would come out cleaner. So the detergent would be more effective. Detergent is less effective in hard water. If I could produce enough distilled water, I could then also feed my toilets. If I can feed the toilets, well, now I won't have to buy the calcium removal. Like, our toilets get nasty in a month. I'm talking nasty. And you can't just take, Clorox and a brush and clean it out. It doesn't work. You need to use a decalcifier. You need to use something that eats calcium. That stuff's not that expensive. It's $1.25, and that's enough to clean the toilet twice. So you're looking at about 65 cents every time I do the toilet. And with you also have maintenance on the toilet when the guts in the toilet become calcified and stop working so well. I wouldn't have to buy vinegar to pour into the toilet every now and then to help dissolve the calcium that builds up in there. So it wouldn't save me money on water. It would save me money on other things. Oh yeah, the white stuff on everything. In the toilet, it's black. Like, the inside of the toilet gets encrusted. And I tried the cheaper Clorox bleach stuff from Walmart. Doesn't work. It cleans the toilet, so it cleans all the the crap out of the toilet, but it doesn't clean the hard water ring that forms inside the toilet. Even with this, I have an electric scrubbing brush, a rechargeable scrubbing brush, and just sit there and scrub it. Even that doesn't remove it using the Clorox stuff. Using the CLR, it does. Well, that's what a normal water softener does. It's called an ion exchange. You're trading the calcium for salt. You're trading the calcium for sodium. So you're swapping the calcium ion for a sodium ion, and the sodium ion doesn't cause the problems that the calcium ion causes. That, besides distilling the water, that's the only way to remove hard water. Well, technically an RO filter will remove calcium, but it's not made to. So you destroy the filters really fast. I'm talking, $100 filter in a week. So you don't want to be doing that. You really don't want to be using an RO to soften your water. You're going to burn through filters like you have no idea. So the only correct way to remove calcium is either distill the water or use a water softener. Water softener is about $600 to $800 plus installation. And then I would need about $20 to $30 of salt every month. That's how hard the water is here. It's that hard. On top of that, there's wastage. So the water softener wastes water when it does its flush. So you're going to use more water as well. So a water softener is not a fun option for me. Well, I have PEX pipes, so it's not a problem. The calcium doesn't stick to it. PEX pipes don't calcify. It doesn't stick to the PEX. But I do have to flush out my hot water tank and, you know, put the elements in vinegar to dissolve the calcium off of it because it builds up. Okay. Then also shower heads, screens, water faucet aerators, they all get calcified. So I actually have a little beaker of vinegar that I keep on top of the oven. And, you know, every couple of days, I'll pull the sink faucet out, let it drain water, and I'll stick it in the beaker in the sink and just let it sit overnight. And in the morning, all the calcium's gone. I have a larger container of vinegar once a month. I unscrew my shower heads and I soak the shower heads in the vinegar overnight to dissolve all the calcium buildup. Because what happens is the water volume gets lower and lower and lower and lower as the little nozzles clog up with calcium. And then it actually gets to the point where one of two things happens. Either the water begins to come out of the nozzles like needles and it actually hurts your skin because it's high pressure needle, and or the water flow gets so low you can't clean yourself off. Like you're struggling to get soap off because just not enough water is coming out of the shower head. And, you know, as soon as that starts to happen, our water comes from what's the name? Limestone aquifers underground. All of our water comes from limestone aquifers underground. So it's very, very, very hard water. Especially right here in Edgewood. Albuquerque, not nearly so bad. Moriata, Estrenosa, not nearly so bad. But right here in Edgewood, it's all well water. It's all coming from wells. So even though I'm paying a company for water, they're just using a well. They're using an industrial well. And they're pulling the water out of the ground. And that water is extraordinarily hard. Like, we're talking off the scale hard. Oh, my cheaper ball liquor is back. And now my cheaper ball liquor is gone. Oh, why do they bother? It literally takes me like a half a second to go click, click, and it's gone. It's like there's no point. Oh, man. So the point is less, it's not so much to save money on water, although it will, of course, save me money on drinking water. The point is to save money on drinking water, but also to lower the wear and tear and maintenance on my hardware that requires water. I mean, I would love to get this system here with a tank up top. That would be for full house replacement. I'm still using city water. I'm just creating my own water treatment plant to process the water and remove all the hard water. That's all I'm doing. I'm creating my own water treatment plant. How large I scale this determines whether it's just for drinking water or if I can replace everything in the house. Now, it would be nice, a good balance in between, because I wouldn't require a tower, which would be really, really expensive. And I also would avoid the need for a high pressure pump. It would be nice to be able to at least do drinking water, washing machine, and toilets. The big one is drinking water and washing machine. Toilets are annoying, but they're not a deal breaker. Destroying my washing machine is a deal breaker. So I think first I would just like to be able to make my own drinking water. Then see, do I make enough to be able to supply my washing machine? If I do, great. Hook up the washing machine to it. Then after that, do I make enough to supply the toilets? That's a big jump. See, with just washing machine and drinking water, that's 40 gallons. 40 gallons is no big deal. So 40 divided by 7, I would only need to excuse me. I would only need to make 6 gallons a day. 6 gallons a day is not that bad. Going from drinking and washing machine to also including toilets is 400% more water. Yes, they do. Toilets use a lot of water because they're used multiple times every day. So I believe mine's a 3 gallon. I think it's 2.8 gallons. So let's call it 3 gallons. So if I take a shit, that's 3 gallons of water. If I take a shit once per day, that's 21 gallons of water. Okay. Then you have, I have to take a piss. Okay. So I take a piss and I use the P flush button. I got the 2 buttons, light flush, heavy flush. So I use the P flush button. I'm assuming that uses half. Let's call it 1.5 gallons. Well, now I'm using 9, 10.5 gallons. Okay. So 1.5 gallons per day to pee, plus 3 gallons per day to poo. Okay. There's 2 of us. So times 2. That's 9 gallons per day. No big deal, right? Per day. Times 7. That's 63 gallons. So I did that wrong the first time. I doubled that to 126. It's only 63. But that's 63 gallons. That's twice what the washing machine requires. So 63 gallons plus 30 gallons for the washing machine plus 10 gallons for drinking water. I would need to generate 103 gallons of water per week. If I can generate 103 gallons of water per week, then I should be able to feed the washing machine, the toilets, and our drinking water needs off of a still. But I would have to build a still capable of making divided by 7, 15 gallons a day. I would need to be able to make 15 gallons of water per day. So, no big deal, man. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate it. So if I can generate 15 gallons per day, then I can run toilets, washing machine, if I only do 2 loads per week. And and drinking water needs. Now, if I don't do the toilets, I only need 30 plus 10, which is 40 divided by 7. So I only need 6 gallons a day. 6 gallons a day is very achievable. And no, lick my balls. But you can't. You're blocked. Ah. Well, it's not that the toilet uses that much water. It's how frequently you need to use it. Okay? So, you think, okay, it's only using 3 gallons. But yeah, now multiply that by the number of times per day by the number of people. And it adds up fast. Let's see. Dual flush. So, dual flush toilet. Let's see. Shopping. It's not a Kohler or a Toto. Glacial Bay. Here it goes. It's not as bad as I thought. It is a lot better than I thought. I thought it was higher than that. It's 1.6 gallons and 1.1 gallons. Yeah. Shut up and give me what I want. That's a lot better. That's a whole lot better. That's only 3 gallons per day instead of 4.5. That means I only need 21 gallons a week per toilet. So 42 gallons per week for both toilets. We both have the same toilet. That's a lot better. Oh boy, that's a lot better. So that would be 42 plus 30 plus 10. That's only 82 gallons per week divided by 7. So I'd only need to make 12 gallons a day. Wait, that's a lot less water than I thought. I thought it used a lot more than that. Cool. Okay. I can even make it dual. I can make it work both. So what I can do is I can have a second water line coming into the tank for the distilled water, the gravity feed from the tank outside. And all I have to do is put a valve on the regular water coming into the toilet and just turn the valve off. The mechanism will still mechanically work, it just won't pump any water. And then if I ever ran out of water from the distill tank system, I could just open the valve and let the tank fill normally. Because I love redundancy and backup as well. Wow, that's a lot less than I thought. That's half the amount of water I thought. Well, the regular flush is more than I thought. I thought it was 1.5. 1.1 is about the same. But the full flush is only 1.6. That's a lot less than I thought. That's cool. Okay. So that's 2.7 gallons. So I'm calling it 3, so I have a little buffer space. So as long as I can make 12 gallons a day, I could do all 3. Now 12. Oh, wait a minute. 70 divided by 12. And the tank, the 2 tanks are a 6-day capacity, which means I should be able to use the water fast enough to avoid completely filling the tank. How would I handle overflow? I would need some way of handling overflow so that the hot plate would stop running when the 2 tanks are full. I would have to figure that out. I would have to figure out how to handle overflow. Because you don't want to just vent the water, because now you're paying for money to dump water. That's assuming 2 flushes per day. So that's assuming 1 piss flush and 1 shit flush. Now, the reality is, I usually use the toilet 3 times a day. But I could always, let the piss sit in there until I go piss the second time. I don't do that now because I don't want the water sitting in there staining. But if I'm using clean water, it's not going to stain the same way. So I can afford to take a piss and leave it. And when I take my second piss, basically, I always take a shit in the morning. I always take my dump in the morning. So what I can do is after I take my dump, I do my full flush. And then after that, don't flush it again until I go to bed. When I go to bed, flush it. This way, the piss isn't sitting in there all night. And plus, this is the minimum. If I end up making more than this, then I might not have to worry about it. Yeah, we're looking at a water distillation system for the house. I'm trying to figure out how to distill my own soft water, to get rid of the hardness without having to buy a softener, because the softener is very expensive here. So just different ways: solar still, electric still powered by a solar panel, gravity feed water system. If I can get the tank 35 feet off the ground, I'll get 15 psi, which it's low water pressure, but it's enough. 20 psi is better, but 15 psi is usable. Now, eventually, with enough solar power, I can start extracting water from the air. So I can start creating drinking water without even having to buy the water from the company. But at 1.2 cents per gallon, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, the cost of maintaining such equipment is going to exceed 1.2 cents per gallon. So if you're off grid, okay, that makes sense. But if you're on grid, it doesn't make sense to do. It doesn't make sense to extract water from thin air. But process the water coming in, that does make sense. Because I can do that reasonably affordably. Like maybe at first I can use a solar still, a small one, because then I just need to generate, 6 or 7 gallons a week. Enough to feed the cat feeders, my coffee tank, and the water buffalo. That's it. Enough to provide us drinking water. So I can start off by making a solar still. All that's going to require is a couple of jugs, which I already have. 12-volt pump, which I already have. A piece of glass, which I can get very cheap. Buy a glass end table for $10 off of Facebook Marketplace, or find one for free sitting on the side of the road and just take the piece of glass off of it, 3D print a couple of channels, and make myself a solar still. Well, we don't get rain here, so I wish. It'd be wonderful to be able to use rainwater, but we get so little rainwater. So I could start off affordably by using a solar still just to make drinking water. And exactly. Eventually, it's going to be worth it because I won't be wearing out my washing machine and my toilet hardware so quickly. I won't be using as much soap, which is very, very expensive. Your the amount of laundry soap you use per wash isn't very much, but if you double the amount of soap you used per year, that's pretty substantial. You're probably talking $30 or $40 a year. So not only would the washing machine last longer, not only would the washing machine require less maintenance, but I would save $30 or $40 a year in laundry detergent because I would be able to use half the amount of laundry detergent, but also my clothes would actually clean better. Well, I need the wear and tear on my body. I'm a bit fat. My body can use the exercise. But and I'll just be shifting the kind of work I'm doing. So for example, I'm gonna have to maintain the still. So I'll be doing less maintenance on the toilet and the washing machine, but I'll be doing more maintenance on my water processing system. But the water processing system only requires labor. It doesn't require cash. So I'll be exchanging cash for labor, and that I'm okay with that. Now, if I can generate enough water, well, then I can go beyond drinking water. Well, the drinking water is the big savings right away. Right now, we're probably spending $20 a month on drinking water. So I'm spending almost as much on drinking water as I am on my water bill. So getting a water still set up will immediately save me $20 a month. That's pretty significant. That's a pretty significant immediate savings. The savings for the toilets and the washing machine are a little smaller on a monthly basis, but they're not insubstantial. So first, go for drinking water, and once I'm exceeding the capacity I need for drinking water, then go toward other things. Exactly. Me too. um. Now the issue is, well, see, no matter what, the still's worth it for drinking water, because even if I have to buy chemicals to clean the still, those chemicals are going to be less than $20 a month, and that's what I'm spending in drinking water. So it's definitely worth it from that aspect. Now, is it worth it to add on the toilets and the washing machine? Probably. The other advantage of processing my water for the washing machine is that I could then justify buying a newer washing machine. See, right now I'm one of my viewers, one of you guys, gave me that washing machine and dryer for free when I moved here. And one of the good things about it is it's an old washing machine. So it's a dumber washing machine. It doesn't have as much intelligence in it. The orifices are larger. It uses a bit more water. That's actually a benefit because it's less likely to clog up. Newer, higher efficiency washing machines are going to be more sensitive to bad water. Those machines will save me energy cost and water cost. And they'll also clean the clothes better. But I can't use them because of the hard water. So if I process enough water that I can feed the washing machine distilled water, I can then justify buying a used but newer, more advanced washing machine. And then I will use less water, I will use less electricity, and the washing machine will clean my clothes better. So that would definitely be an advantage of being able to process my own distilled water. And then the toilets, that's mostly saving me labor of having to scrub the damn things out every single freaking week. Now, I mean, I clean my toilets every week no matter what, but the amount of scrubbing I have to do it is a pain in the butt. Basically, before I go to bed, I spray the gel in the toilet, and I let that soak overnight to eat the calcium. And then also, the toilets are less effective at flushing. See, you might be thinking, why do your toilets, like, it looks like there's shit coating the inside of the toilet if I don't clean it, every single week. If you let it go 2 weeks, you begin to get a grime layer inside the toilet. And the reason for that is that the toilet is designed for water to come from all around the toilet. There's a ring up here, and the water flows through that and comes out holes all around the rim. So all the water comes into the toilet and cleans the sides of the toilet as the water flushes around. My toilets don't do that because those holes get clogged up with calcium buildup. And there's no easy way to clean them. I haven't figured out an effective way to clean those yet. So there are portions of my toilet bowl that don't get that hard flush of water to clean the sides of the toilet bowl. So grime builds up on it significantly faster and thicker than normal. I had to yell at Michelle one day because her toilet, I was like, what the hell are you doing? Get your ass in here and clean this toilet. It's disgusting. So if I could feed the toilets proper water, and if I can get those holes cleaned out, I would then have a proper flush, which would reduce. I would still have to clean the toilet every week, but I wouldn't have to get on my hands and knees and spend 25 minutes scrubbing the fuck out of the thing to get it clean again. It comes clean, it comes squeaky white, but it takes a lot of work to get it there. While, back in Pennsylvania where we had excellent tap water. I mean, our tap water tasted better than bottled water. Like, literally, our tap water tasted better than this. We had phenomenal tap water, and we ran a whole house filter. The water was so clean that we could run a whole house filter, and we didn't have to go crazy changing filters because the water was already so clean coming in that the filters just had to remove that last little bit. The toilets, there was no scrubbing out the toilets. The only time I ever had to scrub out the toilet in Pennsylvania in my entire lifetime was when lazy fucks didn't clean the toilet. Like, you lazy bastards. All I had to do was, a little bit of, the Comet powder, just little powder, and I would take the toilet brush and just go inside the toilet. Done. That's all I ever had to do. That's all I ever had to do to clean toilets in Pennsylvania. Here, I have to soak them in gel, CLR gel, the night before, and then I have an electric brush that has a spinning head on it. It's a battery-powered USB-C charge. Love it. I got it on Vine. That's the only reason I have it. But I got an electric cleaning brush, and I got to sit there for like 10 or 15 minutes just going, cleaning out the whole damn toilet and just scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing, and then flush it, add more gel, hit it again. Oh, it's actually an ordeal to clean the toilets, and I have to do it because dirty toilets skeeve me the fuck out. I can't deal with scummy toilets. I just can't. If that toilet isn't clean enough that I would think about drinking out of the bowl if I were an alien and didn't realize it was a toilet, I'm not happy. That toilet needs to be clean because it really skeeves me out. So I sit there for 15 20 minutes with the goddamn electric brush just scrubbing away at the damn thing. And so if I could feed the toilet distilled water, I wouldn't have to do that anymore. I could probably go back to what I used to do. Little soap, brush it out, done. I would usually spend more time cleaning the outside of the toilet bowl than cleaning the inside of the toilet bowl because douchebags would piss all over it and miss. And so the outside would be covered in pee. It's like, come on, clean up after yourself. Well, see, most of the cleaners that you put in the toilet, they use bleach. So they're not actually removing the grime, they're just making it colorless. So you don't see it. You still need to scrub the toilet out. But it is what it is. I've almost got all the stains out of the carpet in front of my toilet. There were some discolorations in the carpet in front of my toilet that really skeeved me out because you know what it is. Come on. It's a toilet. You know what those stains are. There's nothing else those stains can be. So once a month I hit it with the carpet cleaner, and I have the carpet shampooer, and I keep hitting it with it over and over and over again, and slowly but surely it's coming out. When I get the kitchen tiled, I would like to get I like the idea. It's strange, but I like the idea of having a carpeted bathroom. When you're going to the sink, when you're getting out of the shower, it's really nice to get out of a shower onto a carpeted floor. And that's feasible here because it's so dry that the water's not, if you put a towel down, you're not going to soak enough water in to rot anything. It'll just evaporate. But I really would prefer not to have carpet around my toilet. That's just disgusting. It's disgusting to have carpet around your toilet. So at least that square where the toilet is, I'd like to get that tiled. I'd like to get that replaced with tile. Because carpet's just nasty. I'm sorry, it's a toilet. There shouldn't be carpet around the toilet. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. But Michelle's bathroom is thankfully already tile wall linoleum, vinyl. But the master suite is carpet. The trick will be putting rounded edges on that one piece of tile, a rounded corner on it, where so that you don't kick a corner. Because if your toe catches a corner of a tile, that's gonna fucking hurt. At least a rounded edge, your toe will bounce off. But a point, that's gonna hurt. But yeah, so probably the first thing will be to, once this shed is done here, I could put this all inside the house. So I don't have to worry about it freezing in the winter. I might even be able to use an on-demand system. Let's see. If I run a 1 kilowatt burner, that's going to cost me If I only run it in off-peak times, that will cost me 11 cents per hour to run the still. If I don't even go solar, if I just go straight to an electric still, which is something I could do right away, that would cost me 11 cents per hour. So how much is that per gallon of water? Well, that depends on how many gallons of water that makes. I don't know how many gallons that makes. I wonder is the calcium carbonate that comes out of the still, I wonder how pure that is. The white powder, it's calcium carbonate. I wonder how pure that is. Well, the first question I have is, this is going to sound weird. This is going to sound really weird, but can I reuse the calcium I extract from the water to make these? Tums, antacids. He's back, and he's not even bothering with an icon this time. You're getting lazy! You're getting lazy, ball licker! So, first question is, the water is safe to drink. The water is chemically safe to drink. So that means there shouldn't be anything in there that can hurt me. I would obviously want to find out if I can send a sample out to be tested. See what the composition is. I don't even know if that's possible. Is that possible to do? Can I send a powder substance out for a reasonable fee and have them tell me what's in it? So the question is, can I make my own calcium tablets? Because that's what this is. Yeah, this is just calcium carbonate. 400 milligrams of calcium. Wait a minute. It says each tablet contains 400 milligrams of calcium. But then up here it says it's 1,000 milligrams of calcium carbonate. What's the difference? Is it 400 or is it 1,000? And if it's both 400 and 1,000, 1,000 milligrams of what? How do you get 1,000 milligrams of whatever this is from 400 milligrams of whatever this is? Because these aren't exactly cheap. They're not exactly expensive. What is it? $6 or $7 for this bottle, and there's 160 of them in here. I usually eat 2 a day. That's 80 days, so almost 3 months this lasts. But calcium, yeah, but where's the carbonate coming from? Oh, wait a minute. Here's some other stuff. Dextrose, adipic acid, artificial coloring, maltodextrose, starch, and sucralose. So obviously sucralose is the sweetener. But I do wonder, could I make my own antacid tablets from the calcium I take out of the hard water? Or is there too much other stuff in there for that to be safe? Meaning, would I be asking for trouble? I think the only safe thing to do would be to find out some way of getting it analyzed. I wonder if the NMU would be willing to do it. I wonder if they have a mass spec. I'll have to see if NMU has a mass spec. Maybe one of their classes would be willing to do it as a project. And it might be interesting to see what's in the stuff that comes out of your water. But also, can I sell it? If it's all calcium carbonate, it's a lizard substitute. It's a lizard food supplement. One of the problems you have raising lizards, like iguanas, bearded dragons, stuff like that, is insufficient calcium in their diet, which causes bone deformations. That's why you'll see iguanas that can't move their legs properly. That's because their diet doesn't have sufficient calcium. So you can buy calcium supplements, either a liquid or a powder. You put it on their food so that when they eat that cucumber or that piece of fruit, they're getting the calcium they need. So I'm wondering if I can sell the calcium carbonate I create to people who have lizards. Again, it would have to be tested to make sure it's actually safe. So I mean, if it's safe, if it's something that wouldn't hurt lizards and would help them, I could make money doing this, and maybe enough money to offset the electricity to run the still. Because I would only need to make enough calcium to be able to sell for like, 30 cents an hour. This way, I cover amortized equipment over time, labor, but more than what it cost me to do it. Boy, that'd be interesting because the powder's pure white. When I was evaporating water on the kerosene heater, to add humidity to the air, I scraped all the calcium out of the bowl, which was a lot, out of the pot, and it was pure white. Is it lime? Is it calcium or is it lime? I don't know. I don't think it could be lime because would drinking lime be safe? I think what's happening is I don't think water absorbs lime. I think water leaches the calcium out of the limestone. White powder after it says it's calcium. Looks like it's calcium and magnesium. It says no known adverse health effects. So it looks like it's primarily calcium and magnesium. Yeah, that's calcium carbonate. It burns under oxygen. What do you call it? That's what rust is. Rust is iron combining with oxygen. So calcium carbonate is calcium combining with oxygen. I mean, you can't have pure calcium. It's explosive in water. If you have a pure piece of calcium metal and you toss that into water, boom! Or am I thinking wrong on that? I think I'm thinking wrong on that. I'm thinking sodium. It is a metal. I was right. It is a metal. Yeah, calcium carbonate found in limestone. So the water is extracting the calcium from the limestone. So it's not lime, it's calcium. So I should be able to, in theory, I can sell this to lizard owners as a calcium substitute. So I might actually be able to offset my costs by selling the calcium powder. Isn't that interesting? Oh, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Hey, Maker Viking. That is so fascinating. Actually, the powder you buy for lizards is calcium carbonate and magnesium carbonate. Very interesting. So the trick would be to have it tested to make sure there's nothing weird in there that might harm them. But I might be able to sell the calcium carbonate powder to lizard owners. And it might be possible to compress the calcium carbonate I collect into my own antacid tablets. Yeah, I gotta go too. It's 4:30. Boy, that's interesting. I wonder if that's feasible. I mean, it's kind of silly. These things aren't very expensive, but it's kind of fascinating too. You know, why not if I can? You know what I mean? It's more of a why do you climb the mountain? Because it's there. Why make my own calcium tablets? Because I can. I could 3D print a vice press to press the powder into tablet form. I wonder how much force that would take. I could even add a little Splenda packets to mix in some sucralose to make it taste okay. Oh, that's interesting. But then again, if the lizards are drinking the hard water, then they're already getting the calcium. Boy, that is interesting. That is so interesting. Fascinating. um, I think that's about it. I will see you guys next week. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it. I think I'm going to make that little Tinkercad tutorial on adding text, either inset or embossed, onto a curved surface. That would make a good little tutorial video. So hopefully Sunday I'll have that. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how much work I get done for the community cleanup this Saturday. So we will see from there. Thank you very much for that $20. I appreciate it. If you want to support me on Patreon, my Patreon link is down below. My PayPal link is down below. And I will see you guys next week. You guys have a great day.